All right, so let's jump back into it. Welcome back. We are Once Upon a Roll, and we play Dungeons and Dragons. Last we had left off, you, Kieran Group, had decided to do, well, not decided to, you were tasked by the Legatus, the leader of the Rift Wardens, at least in Pomona, to escort a convoy of goods, weapons, food, potions, other crucial materials to the front lines, to the Asmodeus line, or at least part of the way there. A little less than halfway, you were to meet up with and turn over the escort duty of the caravan with Scorpion Group. After which, you were to investigate the sightings, rumors of a creature that may have been tainted, changed, transformed by a recently closed rift not so far away from the transfer point. On your way, you encountered some inclement weather, and as the rain began to pour and grow heavier and steadier, the caravan led by the dwarven quartermaster decided it best to attempt to pull off the road and stop, wait until the rain passed, hunker down, protect the goods. And in that time, you, as well as the caravan, were attacked with the sound and of thunder, the ground trembling, rumbling beneath your feet as something approached from beneath the ground, emerging to unveil an enormous creature with shark-like features, quadrupedal, and a massive hulking body. It tossed Ezekiel and Bishop aside before continuing on its way, rocketing towards the line of caravans, towards one of the few civilian-led carts that had joined the Wardens on their journey north. As it rocketed towards that cart and that wagon, suddenly the sound of whispers, a sphere of darkness, tendrils wrapping around, obfuscating the area until nothing remained but pitch black, totally erasing any sight that you have of the creature or the goings on within the sphere. You can still hear through the sounds of rain, these monsters growling, roar, and the sound of someone's voice, many voices perhaps, echoing through that darkness. And that's where we left off. In the panic of this massive creature heading towards them, the individuals driving the carts and tending to the goods reasonably went into a panic. The horses and beasts of burdens that were tasked with pulling the carts also began to panic. Their hoofbeats combining with the fleeing footfalls of the members of the caravan to cause the ground to tremble and rumble even more. With the sound of a roar of distress from within the sphere of darkness that that just rips through you, causing you to feel the vibration in your bones and your body. The darkness slowly dissipates to reveal the massive creature no longer there, but instead a huge hole in the earth, a huge muddy hole where it once was. The wagon that it had attacked is damaged but not broken. And you can hear and feel the sound of the tremors from this creature's movement as it retreats for one reason or another away from the caravan.
I don't. Is it still here? I don't know if we should tell them to keep going or if they should stay still.
Are we out of combat?
Yeah.
Can I? Okay, I think I can track it. I would like to use the spell, what is the locate creature?
Locate creature?
I'm going to describe the big burrowing monstrosity.
Okay.
Do I sense anything? Since I don't know if it like got 1,000 feet away from me.
So
already.
no, it has not. So as you cast the spell, immediately you do sense the creature burrowing more or less directly away from you. It is serpentining just a little bit. It seems to be following like a path of least resistance through the earth, but it is heading away from you. You're not sure again why it retreated, what caused it to, but something. Well, it's now moving away from you. At about, it's currently maybe 200 feet away.
It seems to be retreating from us. I don't know if it'll come up again, but should we chase it down? It's already a ways away.
As you guys are discussing this, past your character, Dune, the dwarven leader of who's been running this caravan, walks past, the rain still pouring down on all of you, towards the 4 wardens who have been tasked to guard this expedition. What exactly is going on here? What was that thing I saw? Didn't quite get a good glimpse of it through the wagons and the rain. Ooh. He looks around and surveys the ground, the massive holes left by the burrowing creature, and eyes going wide, not able to completely fathom what might have caused this.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think we should let it get away because we don't know if it's going to come back. I can't say what the best option is, but I feel like if we move, we might bring it back with vibrations. But I don't know. Where
Bring
exactly
it back.
did you say? It might be better if you guys stay put. But Ezekiel, where did you think it's going? What direction was it headed to?
I'm guessing I would still be able to feel the direction unless it's.
Yes. By this point, it is. Its distance is about doubled, maybe 400 feet away. It is pretty much back the way you came.
Mm-hmm.
Not directly away from you, but sort of angled out into one of the fields. It seems towards a more densely wooded area.
Uh, I'm gonna point over towards that general direction. It's heading over that way. I can still feel it, but I doubt we'd be able to chase it. It's already made so much distance.
Well, we can't just let it leave. I mean, it's gonna be a problem again. And I kind of want to pay that thing back.
But if it's
Well,
really
sure,
far, we won't be able to catch up to it.
exactly. It's already made too much distance between us. Even if we ran at as fast as we could, we would not be able to catch that in time. We would have to take horses, and we need them here with the caravan. We can't just take that sort of thing.
Not just that,
Anyways,
but we need you here with the caravan.
exactly. We can't just chase it down and leave them. We have people we're protecting here. And what was the...
What even scared it away? Or whatever happened? Did any of you do it? I mean, I've never seen whatever that was before.
No,
I didn't do anything except smash the ground unless that did it, but I doubt that. And I'm pretty sure I heard something.
whispers?
Someone?
Perhaps my assistance bit premature. Served the purpose nonetheless.
I was gonna take out her weapon and take a very aggressive stance. Well, who the hell are you? And was it you who summoned it?
Hold on.
No,
You
of
weren't a part
course
of the
not.
caravan beforehand, and that thing
I've
wasn't
been
here
here
before.
this-
He,
I've been
You
here
hold
this
on,
whole
Fred.
time.
the dwarf, the quartermaster is nodding in affirmation, kind of holding up a hand towards you, Frederica. He's one of the civilian merchant groups that was tagging along with us. He's been here this whole time, Fred. I vetted each and every one of them myself.
Apologies if I don't stand out.
If
Well.
you can account for him, then that's fine. I'm sorry, I'm a bit on edge.
That's all right. Well, if this thing is still moving away, he says, looking towards Ezekiel, then maybe we should do the same. I doubt that, well, if it does decide to ambush us again, or come back, then I said we should try to keep moving regardless of the terrain and the weather. And like I said, it's, of course, your call how you think best to make sure we get where we need to go, but for my 2 copper, I'd rather have you nearby.
Yeah, I think we should keep moving. We just need to be more vigilant.
Yeah, it sounds like
All
a
that
plan.
means
Nothing
is
to
us
think.
4 and... Wait. Oh yeah. I'm gonna wave a suggestion.
Yeah. Ah, yes, you, boy. I've seen you before. He's
kinda-
seen me, surely.
Yeah. I almost dropped a rock on my feet.
Huh?
This one
when
the
you had
other
to
day,
go
carrying
to,
a rock randomly.
Yeah, when I was doing training with the rock, I walked past his caravan, his cart, and I almost dropped the rock onto myself, waving hi to him.
Almost impressive, surely.
Oh. Would you mind? Whatever that was, would you mind helping us?
Helping us, he's a civilian. We shouldn't be asking anyone that isn't a warden. Listen, we appreciate your help, but I think you're only going to get in the way. You might as well stay back with the caravan. And for the caravan, if it's moving in the opposite direction, we should keep moving forward. Repair what we can now and keep moving. And Bishop, you mentioned a plan. Do you have anything in mind?
Not much of a plan. I mean, I figured, yeah, we should keep moving and be vigilant. I mean, the boy said it. I mean, that's all we can do now. But
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to know what was that thing you even did. He looks at Suggestion. That was you, right?
Oh, yes. You've never seen magics before.
Yeah, but not like that.
We
I
haven't
guess it is a
encountered.
little taboo.
Yeah, we haven't
So you're a wizard?
encountered that sort yet.
Taboo.
Not quite. I do not study magic, no. Study magical items, yes, but not magic specifically. Besides, that's not something we really need to talk now, don't we? We want to keep on moving, yes?
Alright, I'll get us turned around. Listen up, everyone! We're moving forward! Get these carts, wagons back on the road. I don't care how. Quickly now! And the quartermaster goes about trying to untangle the panic and get everybody back focused and moving. And despite the harsh weather and the ever worsening road conditions, the quartermaster, the drivers that push the caravan forward, urge their animals to trudge through the muck and pull hard and keep going, even if it's at a significantly reduced pace. The caravan eventually does get back on the road and moving forward, the rain not letting up.
I have a question really quick.
Yes.
So, are the horses having a hard time moving since they're all covered in mud?
The road is very muddy, so yeah, they're having a bit of a hard time. Harder than if it wasn't raining, absolutely.
Would I be able to cast freedom of movement on the horses?
Yes, you could. There's there's over 20 wagons though,
Wow.
so
Yeah. Okay.
it's
well, I
not
don't
like
have that many
two
horses.
horses at the front of like a train of carts.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna. Oh man.
I mean, it would certainly help whichever ones that you cast it on, yes, but I don't think that you could cast it on more than like one, maybe two things.
No.
Not going to significantly increase the speed of the caravan as a whole, no.
Not at all. Okay. Well, worth a shot.
So what do we know about it? It comes from underneath the dirt. It causes a lot of vibrations, and that's all I got.
Looked like a giant
And it's
worm
big.
thing.
It had a huge mouth, I guess. We don't. Yeah. It's kind of what we're working with, if I'm being honest.
It ain't much.
No.
Wonder what drew its attention. Was it just all the noise? Vibrations? What does it want? And if we can capture it? Or maybe some sort of explosive? I mean, my mouth's pretty useless against it unless it's out. I can do something like whack-a-mole, but I thought that would work. Looking at the
Sure.
giant asshole.
We would need a very large hammer. But I guess the most we can do is try and push it away from the carts.
By this
Maybe we
point, as you
can-
guys are standing around the area where the creature had emerged from the ground, looking at the large holes, the last of the carts finally gets back on the road and is continuing forward. So you're going to have to start moving with the caravan here shortly.
Whatever
The
it
five
be,
of you
just-
still in the rain. What's up?
No, my bad. I was gonna. Keep going.
No, that's all I had to say.
Oh, okay. Whatever it be, we do need to keep up with the carts.
We can
We
keep
can't
up
work
with
on
the
mud.
carts, but we should probably maybe stick behind. towards the back in case it decides to come back.
We
The
could-
important thing is that we lure it away or we distract it in some way if it comes back. The carts need to keep moving.
Well, this
We-
thing ain't
we could-
exactly quiet. I mean, we heard it coming. I think that's what it was. That thundering noise. I mean, if that's what that was, then
Yeah,
we'll know when it's coming.
it would have. Yeah, it would have to tear through the ground itself. So maybe if we put two in the front, two in the back, that'd be better.
I'll leave you wardens to it then.
All right.
We'll start walking towards the caravan.
Yeah. Hey,
Yep.
what's your name, anyways?
My name? Suggestion.
Suggestion. Got it.
Pleasure. And yours?
Bishop.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleasure's mine.
You watch as Suggestion goes back, possibly noting specifically which cart you see him rejoin before it's just the four of you again.
What do you say about two in the front, two in the back idea? I think that would just cover the most of the caravan.
Yeah, we could try that.
So what's the pairing?
Not really sure. I mean,
I feel I could be placed in the back. My magic has a longer range in the first place, so I'd be able to reach to the front, just about. We could do me and Frederica and you and Persephone in the back. I think that would cover the most.
so wait, you and Fred in the back, or
No, me and Fred in the front. My bad. I should have I should have
Okay.
said that better.
all right, sure, yeah. That'll work.
All right.
Alright. As you guys head to your positions flanking the caravan on either side, left, right, front, and back, Ezekiel, you still have your spell going. It lasts an hour, but by the time that you have this established and you and Fred make it to the front of the caravan, you've lost that ping on the creature. It is outside of 1,000 feet. Regardless, the rain continues, and every time there's a crack and rumble of thunder, you hold your breath a bit and sharpen your focus. But thus far, it turns out to be just thunder, and nothing seems to be approaching. So,
Okay. I do have a question about the spell since this is like my first time using it. When it comes back within 1,000 feet, would I start getting?
You are still concentrating on locating that creature, so once it's within 1,000 feet, you would know.
Okay. So could I reason that like I'm on edge, but almost like I want Ezekiel to kind of be like super focused, and a little distant while this is happening.
Okay. Kind of like spacing out 1,000-yard stare almost. He's focusing
Yeah.
on like the fringes of his senses right now, not exactly what's going on immediately in front of him.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. As you guys are continuing to travel, is there anything that anyone wants to do? Say?
You have Ezekiel, do you have any abilities in case it does pop up that can maybe hold it in place? Something that gives me enough time to thwack it if we have to.
Yes, I could put up. I don't know how effective this will be, but I could put up a wall of fire around it. I can imagine most things that's gonna hurt.
It's like
But
a
as
big
far
worm,
as-
right? What do you know about worms?
Yeah. Well, I know that if you dry a worm out, it can't really move that much. It'll die. So maybe that's the way to go about it. We don't even know if this is a worm though. So that's around the best I got. I don't really have anything to hold the whole thing still. That's huge.
Hmm.
So
Wow.
the best we can do is just kind of send it off. I can put a wall encompassing a certain area around the caravan to kind of like almost deter it, but not a sure stop if it's able to go through it. The whole time he's saying this, he's not looking directly at Fred. He's still kind of like, his brows are furrowed and his eyes are kind of like not there at all.
Gotcha. All right. So while you're focusing on that, and the two of you are doing your duties up at front, Bishop and Persephone, the two at the back, could each of you make a perception check for me? What are you guys doing? Just walking miserably alongside the caravan in the rain? I mean, maybe not miserably, but, it's probably not enjoyable. Maybe you like long walks in the rain. I don't know.
Well,
You don't have to be in the rain. You could probably hitch a ride with one of the covered wagons if you wanted. What'd you say, Persephone?
oh, just that I've got an 18.
Okay.
Hey, I did too. That's funny. Um, I mean, I'd probably, I mean, if possible, I'd suggest I'd either suggest we get on a caravan to get out of the rain if possible, or if not, I'd probably mention again that Tensor's floating disc and how that could be a makeshift umbrella. Maybe, I don't know how big
Would
it
it be? No, I don't think so. Maybe for me. No. No.
No.
I mean, it kind of
But
the thing
don't.
about the
Because it floats about 3 feet above the ground, and that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So,
really?
and
Alright,
it
well.
also follows behind Persephone, like it trails behind her.
Oh, okay, never
Well,
Like it
mind.
maintains a distance. So the only way it could be an umbrella would be for you, and that's only if you like get on your back, cling to it from underneath, and let it carry you.
It's time to army crawl, army boy.
Isn't worth it at that point.
My face is dry, but everything else is wet.
Covered in
No.
mud. This is uncomfortable.
So through the rain, like you two don't have the benefit of Ezekiel's spell, so every time that thunder rolls by, you try to focus your senses. At some point, though, between that and just the constant sort of background rumbling that's caused by this massive amount of carriages and carts and large beasts that are walking through the mud, there's always some amount of rumbling going on beneath your feet due to that. So trying to differentiate between background and something new, you're using your senses almost constantly, and it can be a bit draining. However, you don't notice anything strange approaching. No signs of geysers of mud and earth being launched into the air by a rapid approaching huge monstrous whatever. But you do notice as you walk that alongside the road there's what looks to be a gradual slope into what initially you thought was just a fairly large ditch. However, now that it's been raining for some time, you can see that that ditch is very quick to fill and hold water. And soon enough, as you walk, soon enough being a couple hours in, you can't see the bottom of the ditch anymore, and it starts to look more like a large stream or small river. maybe about 70 or 80 feet off the road.
So just to make sure I got it. So off the road, you see like it's flooding so much that's creating a stream.
Yeah, at first it looked like there was this, like, just a ditch, like I guess like a dried riverbed, but it's quick to hold and retain the water of the rain, and it starts to, like I said, take on the appearance less of a ditch, more of a stream or small river. Yeah. But as the day goes on, the dark gray clouds blanketing the sky. Eventually,
I have a question about metempsychosis.
Okay.
It says you can only have one hollow summoned at a time, and if you create another hollow, does that mean like the actual completion of it or the beginning to create one?
A completion?
Yeah, like it takes an hour, so
Yeah,
isn't it the
yes,
end of the
completion.
hour that the
Yes,
one that you
completion.
already? Okay, cool. Could I do that? Find a wagon and use that, please?
Okay, just any random wagon?
I suppose one that isn't full of people, if that's possible, but whatever.
Sure, you find the least full of people wagon that you can. Which, in the rain, there aren't many, but you find one where you can tuck in out of the way behind some stacks of food and goods or whatever and hide yourself from view. Sopping wet, you begin your process.
Perfect. Nothing
Alright.
could possibly go wrong.
Good. Whatever that
Um,
means.
Could I use? I guess it doesn't hurt to have use my bag of tricks. Maybe I can summon one or two animales to kind of hang around.
Sure. Go ahead and roll for tricks.
It's D8. Okay. D8. D8.
Why are there only 5 things in the bag?
I got I got a panther. I got pepper.
Oh no, where is Pepper though?
In my mind.
Okay, gotcha. That's fair enough. Tossing a black fuzz out of the bag materializes into Pepper.
Um. Ezekiel, do you feel anything?
Hmm? Oh, no.
By
Are
this
you okay?
time, would you have kept casting that spell when it
My
wears
bag
off,
spell.
Ezekiel?
Okay.
Yes.
What? Okay,
Yes.
so you're on your 3rd cast right
Okay.
It might be better if you move around if you can sense it. If you're all the way in the front, then it doesn't really do good if it's coming from behind. Plus, it also went in the opposite direction. I can stay here in the front by myself, or maybe if we want to ask for help, we can ask that weirdo.
Uh, how long is the caravan?
Approximately 28 wagons long, with room
Not bad
for
wagons.
with room for uh, the aminals to pull.
Okay. Would I reasonably be able to tell if it was coming from the back within a timely manner?
What is timely? You would have, let's see, from the front, I would say you would have maybe about with the spacing, about 600 feet of buffer.
Okay. That's enough for me
So,
to yell back. for it, I guess. But is my yell gonna go past 28 different cards? I'll
and
go
the
back
rain,
to
probably
around the
not.
middle.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
I should.
Just go towards the back, Ezekiel. If it went the opposite direction, it doesn't make sense for you to be in the middle.
Yeah.
If we need more ground, or I don't know, I mean, I can throw maybe another animal into the mix, but I think I'll be okay up here. I really don't think we're gonna get attacked in the front. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of. What the fuck?
Or we can keep moving and maybe continue around the perimeter. I think staying stationary in one solid spot isn't really doing anything for anyone anyways.
Whatever you think is best. I can't really think right now. I'm gonna kind of like hold the side of my head. Mm. But I trust whatever you say, so I'll do it. So would you rather me go to the back or do a scan around the perimeter sort of thing?
You have a thought in mind of your own. I believe in you.
I'll take it as I should probably walk around the caravan. So I'll
Okay.
do the rotating around the perimeter.
All right. Which is easier to do one way than the other.
Absolutely.
So how far apart
Going
are
front to
we
back
in-
takes significantly less time than going back to front.
With that in mind, I'll just go to the back.
Just hang
Back
out
of the
there with
bus.
I can imagine
Bishop.
Ezekiel having to concentrate on this, having a migraine, and then also running to the front every time.
Through the mud.
My head, my head.
Oh boy.
All right.
Um,
So,
Quick question. So I'm guessing
yes.
the distance between the front and the back is well over 120 feet if it's 28
Yes.
wagons.
Yes. It's probably it fluctuates a bit just due to the nature of it, but it's probably between I'd say 300 and 400 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can talk to people of some distance, but not everybody. Okay.
I imagine Ezekiel will take like a little bit to get to the back.
Yeah.
So
So you're walking by Persephone, you're still working on your stuff, but by the time that maybe 4.5 hours have passed from the time that the creature had attacked, the quartermaster heads up to the front, riding on his horse, alongside you and the animals that you've summoned out, Fred. Don't think we can push the horses much further. For better or worse. Doesn't look like the rain's going to stop anytime soon either. Think we're going to need to pull off for the evening. Get the animals and ourselves out the rain as best we can.
Who's he saying that to?
You.
you.
Oh. Um, I don't know if it's a good time to really stop, but we can't really do much if the animals aren't rested either.
How are you and the others? Just riding back and forth a bit. You poor don't look in the best of ways either. Can't have you being exhausted if anything were to come upon us. We need to eat. We need to rest. Not just the animals, but us as well.
All right. It might. I think it will be for the best, but we'll maintain watch, and I'll let the others know.
He nods. I'll start getting us off the road then. And he rides to make pace with the lead cart and is talking to the driver. Gives some signals to the carts immediately following and starts to ride down the line, telling everybody that they're going to pull off and circle up for and make camp for the evening. This process, especially in the mud, is going to take a while. Maybe
Is it,
over an hour. What's up?
is it like raining hard still? Like consistently raining hard?
It has lightened up a bit. It's not pounding down, but it's still fairly heavy. It's more than just your, little light drizzle. It's constant. It seems like by this time you've passed the worst of it, though. There is breaks in the clouds on the in front of you, miles in front of you.
After the end of the third hour, I'm going to have had as like I would have already had Ezekiel use sending to tell Frederica all the way in the front that to keep on her toes that he can't manage, like he needs a break from using the spell.
Gotcha.
So from here on out, he's using perception or whatever checks to tell where it is.
Understood.
I assume I
Persephone.
can respond.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna rest then soon, so I think you should just take some cover and lie down for a bit. We'll definitely need you later on.
Okay, understood.
Persephone, after you're done with your metempsychosis, what are you up to? Would you just
Oh,
return to your spot?
yeah, keeping watch as best I can.
All right. So, Bishop, you notice Persephone for the first time in about an hour or so.
Hey, where were you off to so long?
The rain was just too much. I couldn't see. It was in my eyes and everywhere.
So you just went off, you didn't say nothing? I could have gone with you. You left me out here just being wet.
You're, I mean, do you need to be told to come in from the rain? I didn't realize.
Well, I mean, I thought since you were gone, I had to just stay here and, keep vigilant. So, I mean,
This was something you all came up with. I just kind of was thinking about it all and how strange it is, and um, honestly, I wanted to be better prepared, so I really was just trying to prepare as best I could, mentally and physically, you know. What if
alright.
everything tried to eat you? And anyway, here, come, just try to. I'll use healer on him and patch him up.
All right. So as you're walking, Persephone gets out her healer's kit and starts to bandage and tend to the bruising and small cuts that may have been, caked with mud from when the creature emerged and attacked.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that thing got me good. It's kind of just a very unusual trend at this point.
Yeah, that's why we were designing explosives for you because you seem to end up, in the mouth or halfway down the gullet of various creatures.
Yeah, don't remind me. But I think I got something for the next time that happens. Been trying not to get eaten again. Next time.
I mean, I guess it's I well, it's fine. I don't know. I really don't know why it happened. It's very strange, and the whole thing was really strange. I mean, why did it run off so quick? It was huge, and it was just dark. And what did that do? And what did the person do? And should I be wondering what they did, or should I just leave it alone? Because, I mean, it's all rather curious.
Yeah, it definitely didn't make any sense. I mean, it seemed like it was willing to fight all of us, but and I was itching to fight it back, to be honest. But it don't make no sense. Uh, and I'm guessing Ezekiel hasn't sensed it in who knows how long, because he hasn't come and told us.
Hmm.
Oh, as if I
At
was
this
back
time,
there, I would have told
yeah.
them that I'm not doing the spell.
All right. So if you went back there, you would have told them. And right now, you can see out in the distance the shadows of the front carts beginning to turn off the road. And you've been a part of this caravan for a few days, so you know that they're starting the procedure to circle up and make camp. The sound of straining, exhausted beasts of burden, creaking wet wood as the carts are pulled and dragged through the mud, pushed and pulled at the same time to get them into position. Canvases are set up with large wooden beams to provide some semblance of shelter from the rain. Areas are cleared off and dried to make for camps, and unlike before where there was more like large central camps, now they are sort of relegated and localized to the individual caravans themselves, the ones that set up these larger tents and camp areas, and people find and huddle together, sheltering from the rain around their own caravans and fires. So
Could I seek out for his fucking name? Szechuan? Sorry. Suggestion. I was
suggestion.
there. Suggestion.
what is it?
Sure.
I'm gonna call him Suggestion.
Suggestion.
I'm just gonna call him Sebastian, but with a G instead of a B. That's my
Suggestion.
Suggestion.
That helps.
Suggestion.
Suggestion.
Like, so marshmallows in your mouth say suggestion. Suggestion.
Suggestion.
Suggestion.
Suggestion. Okay, sure.
Suggestion.
Oh,
Oui.
Suggestion. All right. So you find him, maybe not easily enough, but there are only a small number of civilian wagons that are a part of this caravan. So, and having watched after them, you've learned what they look like. You scan them, and you can see him with the other members of his wagon circled around their own little campfire, eating out of small bowls, trying to stay warm and dry just like everyone else.
Hey, you.
Me? Ooh.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. What can? What?
No, not you.
Oh,
You.
oh, that.
And I
Oh,
point.
oh. What'd you do to
Hmm.
this one, sir?
Nothing at all. Yes. We are down
Speaking of,
here.
was that you? The whole weird thing that covered our car. I didn't know you could do stuff like that. Why didn't you tell me you were a wizard?
Because I'm
You
not.
could have charged a lot more, you know?
I'm just I'm here for the people, of course.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
So you're a mercenary?
Um you could say that, I suppose.
So you're skilled with fighting people and creatures?
That's not what I'm here for, though. What you good wardens are here for.
That is what we're here for, but really I'm here just to apologize. I came off a bit aggressive, but um if you can use magic and you're not a wizard, then it's just there's only 4 of us, and since I know you're capable, or you seem to be, if something like that were to come back and you're hired or these people are paying you for stuff, then maybe do you have any abilities that could help us if we need to? Not that we're relying on you or anything like that. We found ourselves pretty well, but considering the size of the cargo and the people, it might be useful to use that trick of yours again or something similar to that.
You honor me, Siadian. You would need my assistance in any form of way. Yeah, I could offer whatever you would need.
Maybe you could talk to that quartermaster of theirs, get some of our fees waived for your help. He nudges you a little bit with his elbow.
Yes, that sounds agreeable. What did you say? I didn't get your name.
That's because I didn't give it. But since you seem to want to waive your fees, does that mean that you can also fight? Or is it just this one?
Me, no, but you see, me and Tradition here, we're part of the same wagon. We came in here together. We're a team of sorts. Well, at least, you know. We're all in the same wagon. We all chipped in for the same fee to pay you wardens for the escort, so.
Well, that's not really my place to talk about fees and anything. I'm really here to whack stuff if it needs to be whacked. Something like that.
I heard the wardens were more organized.
We are organized.
Oh no, I don't doubt.
Well, listen, if you're just afraid to, I understand in the commotion and the really big monster,
No,
it can be a
no.
scary thing. But you didn't seem to be scared, so I thought, in the hours that I've been walking, and I just thought maybe it would be helpful to ask, but I can see that I was mistaken. So carry on with your
I
time.
already agreed to your proposition.
Oh, without a fee. That's nice.
Well, there was no fee, but
Well, there was no agreement, but you did agree. So
She's a shrewd
how
negotiator,
about
Tradition.
this? Listen,
Reminds me a bit of
we
you.
get you here safely, right? Isn't that the agreement, really?
Mhm.
So all you're really doing is contributing to that factor for your fellow teammates. Wagon buddies?
Wagon buddies.
You drive a hard bargain.
Really? I mean, yeah, I know.
Did you have some particular plan in mind that you would like me to carry out for you?
I don't know what you do really, other than whatever you did beforehand. So I assume you can do more magic that isn't wizard magic.
I can do Magic, yeah. I have eyes. Very good eyes.
Okay, well, I mean, I. Well, how far can you see, I guess? I don't really think that helps us in this situation. It kind of came from the ground.
I'm sure if whatever presented itself again were to, with the help of the wardens, I could easily put it down.
Easily. Are you telling me you can easily put that down by yourself? I highly doubt that.
Well, would you like to bargain?
I don't need to bargain whatever I know as facts, unless you've come face to face with other monsters and fiends.
Who's to say if I have? It's the Bloodlands, after all.
Uh, uh, I suppose you're right. You don't seem to be that scared of it like everyone else. Hmm.
The others around
Interesting.
look a bit sheepish at this comment. They probably ran away.
So you would like me to just simply keep an eye out for you?
Um, hmm. If I suppose it comes back in some way, if maybe you can assist with something. I don't know. I don't know what you do again. But might be helpful. Or I don't really see too many people around here that aren't afraid of monsters, so yeah, would be helpful. I mean, we are down a couple of people from the wardens. We're smaller than what we used to be. Not to say that we're not capable, but it's different.
Divide and conquer, I'm sure.
Mhm.
I would never doubt the wardens and their capabilities.
Yeah, that's about right. You shouldn't. Anyways, I'm Fred. I'm gonna continue my uh patrol, I guess. But just keep a good eye out.
You don't have to
So,
worry about it. I got you.
so Fred walks away, continuing her control of the area as the camps continue and finalize getting set up. Bishop Ezekiel Persephone, you took your place underneath one of the tents, got some food for yourselves as well. Definitely could have, if you were looking out for it, noticed Fred approach that other wagon, since all of the wagons are in a circle now. It's easy enough to keep an eye on everything.
Um, for Ezekiel, I imagine him kind of like laying down with his robe over his head,
Okay,
so he's kind of like a little out of commission at the moment.
gotcha.
I imagine that spell to be specifically taxing because it's like jacking up all of his senses for
Okay.
that one creature. Okay.
So Ezekiel found out where you guys were, came, laid down in the driest place he could, robe over his head, just exhausted, didn't even get anything to eat.
No.
So, if Persephone saw Ezekiel doing this and not eating, she would probably go find. I don't know. Are we all cooking together? Is everybody trying to cook over the same campfire? Do we even have a campfire?
There are plenty of campfires. You're welcome wherever you wish to go, pretty much. So yeah, you have a campfire, as described.
Right. So, I guess I'll just make some kind of simple food. Stew, potato, something. Salted meat, Yes, I have some of that.
You do have
Maybe
some of
it's
that.
cured. I don't know how long it's been.
It's not been too long.
Potatoes.
Potatoes. You said the
No.
magic words.
No, he's still like, no, I
Don't
just
mind if I do.
he will be happy for that.
So, yeah, and I would just, try to cook up a little bit of a meal and make sure there's enough for everybody, or not everybody in the caravan, but the wardens, and maybe the guy who helped us too. I don't know if he's eaten anything, so I'll also prepare a dish and kind of just be making plates. I'll take one to Ezekiel first and be like, here, before you fall asleep, you should probably eat something. Seems like you're a bit out of it. Are you okay?
I'm, yeah, my head hurts, but this is very sweet of you. Thank you. I'm gonna like lean up. Obviously, rope is not still on my face. Um, I'm gonna eat the food. Uh, I imagine he kind of like forces it down. Someone making him food means a lot. So even though like he's not particularly hungry, he's gonna eat all of it.
All right. Your body will thank you.
So then I'll go wander around with like 2 plates and see who I can find. I don't know where Bishop is, but I did see Fred head this direction, so I kind of told her off that way. And hopefully find Fred and the fellow who helped us.
All right. It's like I said, you could see Fred talking to the fellow who helped you. And as you
Yeah, well,
head that way with a couple plates, before you get there, it seems their conversation uh, ends and Fred begins to walk in the opposite direction. So you come up on the wagon with Shayashtian.
right. Well, he's recognizable, so I'll just be like, thank you for your help earlier. If you're hungry, I made food. And offer a plate.
Mm, think nothing of it. I appreciate this very much so. Are
Well,
you looking
mm,
for? You seem lost, like you're looking for someone.
oh, Fred was here, but she's gone off somewhere, I think, now.
Yes, actually, now that you mention it, she was here a bit of a go. Didn't too far. Did you wardens needed a bit of assistance?
Usually there's a pretty good plan in place, but that was quite large and a little unexpected. I mean, I suppose maybe it should be more expected in the future, though. Not really sure what you did, but whatever it was seemed effective, so thank you again.
Those things are afraid of the shadows. Can't fathom why.
Well, the darkness is the darkness, and some people can handle it, and others, you know, it's um. I suppose it's a matter of perspective, really.
There is shelter in the shadows.
There absolutely can be. You're right.
Don't let me keep you though. That other plate of food there will get cold. But I appreciate this nonetheless. I'll save this for later.
Well, thanks again. And she had, she went this way, kind of motioning towards.
Nod.
Right. So I realize now that we've not gotten a description of your character, if you wish to give it. Just as vague or descriptive as you want. I know we have the mini and all, but that's just like a little representation. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate.
It is. I mean, pretty much for the
It
most
is?
part.
You got really pretty
Mask
lips.
on, green eyes past it. Yeah,
I thought so too.
Thank
Real
you.
pretty lips.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got some good lips on you, boy.
All right, so is raven black-haired man with a mask that you can see obfuscates most of these features above the nose, but through it you can still see as he speaks with you, he's very good about maintaining eye. See the green of his eyes behind the mask. Very formal from what you've gathered in your short talk, Persephone, and also well put together, especially for someone on such a long journey with the caravan. It must take effort to not let his appearance become disheveled or tossed into disarray like a lot of the other individuals that have been just traveling on the road with you all. Similarly, as you are looking back, Shadian, there is something about this woman and the one who had spoken with you before. There is definitely a similarity between them. That, not only that, but something else. You can't quite place it in the moment. They have a familiar looking face for some reason that you can't place it. It might just be that they look similar to each other.
That's probably what I'll grasp too. So I will. A moment though, before you go, that girl Fred that came earlier, are you perchance related in some form of way?
Oh, of course. She's my sister.
Sisters. Ah, very interesting. And she gave me. But may I ask for yours?
I'm sorry. I was a bit focused on making sure that I express my gratitude. I'm Persephone. And you are?
Suggestion. I hope I can be of service to the wardens as much as possible.
I'm sure there's
Don't
some
hesitate
sort
to
of...
ask me anything.
Might ask for your story later, but as for now, it is raining quite a bit, and
Right, of course. Don't let the food get cold now.
be seeing you.
See you.
And you head off, Persephone, in the direction that Fred had gone, and sure enough, it doesn't take you too long to spot the form of your sister and catch up to her with the plate of food, hopping from cover to cover, shielding the plate as best you can when you're forced to go out into the rain for a couple steps at a time.
Fred. Frederica.
Oh, hey, hey. And Fred's face brightens up. She was kind of lost in thought, kind of just staring off for a moment, but smiles instantly when she sees Persephone.
I brought you food. And I'm like kind of extending
Oh
a
my
plate.
god, thank God I'm starving. Thank you. Oh my goodness gracious. I thought we weren't going to eat tonight. I was ready to just haul ass, but I completely forgot people's stamina is not as good as mine, and I really need to eat. Thanks, Persephone.
You're welcome. And also, you should take a break. Go sit down somewhere for a bit. I'll put you around.
I can walk and eat. It's fine. I'm okay. I'm a little cold, a little wet, just a little bit, but I don't mind the rain.
Persephone just points at the campfire she came from. Doesn't say anything.
The one with
No, it's
Ezekiel at it, or the one with
Yeah, the
Kajestion?
one with Ezekiel. Well, either, really. Like, you have a choice. This one or that one.
mm, Fred's gonna look at both and just be like, that one, no, I think I'm okay. Plus, if Azul was here, he would be vigilant and watching everything. And if Melody was here, well, then she would just kind of be singing songs. Oh, I guess that's what was missing. You know, I kind of thought, even though it was raining a lot, kind of miss it a little bit. Don't you? First?
Oh. Mhm. But really, you should rest right now.
Fine. I'm not going to say no. I mean, yes, I could say no. I'm going to, uh,
Look, if the thing comes back, I need you rested and ready to fight it. We have to do our best. And if you're not rested and you're exhausted, I mean, I know that you can keep going pretty much endlessly, but also it's not good for you. So rest now while we can, and then you'll be ready for anything that happens later, right?
yes, I would hate it if I became a burden in some way. So I will do what you say, dear sister, and I will walk towards Ezekiel's camp.
Frederica, you could not be a burden, even if you tried, I'm sure of it.
I will if I don't get some rest, apparently.
Didn't say that.
I'm going to faint in the middle of battle because I decided not to take a rest and eat this delicious grub.
You would faint, just that you might be a little tired and you could
I think I'm
overlook
about to
something.
faint right now. I can't. I feel so weak, Persephone. She's gonna like dramatically like move her head to the side, one side to the other, and wibbly
Persephone.
wobbly her way towards Ezekiel while eating.
Stephanie will bow and go, Princess Frederica.
I kind of like that.
Really? Because when we were children, you always liked to be a knight.
Well, listen. I can still be a princess and a knight. I can be a princess knight. Well, then, I guess you're right. You're more of a princess than I am. Oh, well, speaking of which, your clothes are getting wet. Will you be okay, Persephone?
Yes, of course. This is nothing. Everything is fine. Totally.
Are you
I'm
sure? I
perfect.
see a little bit of mud on your outfit. You might.
No, no, it's fine. It's
Mm,
fine. You get
mhm.
some rest. You've been working very hard. You've been very vigilant.
Fine. Only because you're right. So you should also get some rest too. It's not just me.
I will after you've rested a bit. And I mean, I still haven't found Bishop. He probably needs to eat as well. So,
What have you been up to,
Oh.
Bishop?
Um, Not much. Just kind of tinkering around with my stuff, trying to dry off as best as I could.
All right,
Keep it to myself mostly, I guess.
gotcha. I just kind of got into a wagon, nodded to the driver of it, and took your spot in the back there. Not really thinking too much about anything other than tinkering with your stuff, what you do, what that thing was, what to do if it came back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
I guess I would have lost track of time, and maybe I wouldn't have eaten something. I guess, yeah. Oh,
All right. Well, not seeing Bishop in the middle, Persephone, after Frederica heads back towards Ezekiel, who is still laying down with his robe covering his face. You start to just walk by and peek into wagons and covered wagons one at a time, just looking. You has to be around somewhere. He wouldn't have wandered off. And eventually you do spot the spot Bishop in the back of one of these covered wagons, tinkering.
Bishop, I'm sorry. This is all probably quite cold now. I wasn't sure where you were, but here. And she'll offer him the plate of food she's been carrying around while checking the wagons.
Well, thanks. I guess I lost track of time. Thanks for bringing out that food. Uh, doesn't matter if it's cold. I'll eat it anyways. Appreciate you.
So, are you okay? Oh, what have you been working on?
Um, Not much. Just making sure all my stuff is good. It's well fairly new. Apart from using it in a more provisional manner, I haven't taken any of this stuff to combat. With what I've been doing with these runic triggers and this handy shield that I've been working on too. It's just it's all very new. Integrating this magic into the stuff I'm using, making sure it doesn't mess up when we need it most.
Well, I think it's an admirable goal, but also, you can't really predict what might happen in the heat of battle, but, uh, yeah, is there anything that I could help with, or?
Sure. I think you've helped so much while I was making this stuff to begin with. Maybe not too much, but hey, if you have any suggestions, I'm open to hear them.
I suppose the biggest suggestion would be maybe to stop for a bit and, walk around, maybe take a look, make sure everything's okay with the caravan. Because sometimes when you're working on a project, you just start to miss things after you've been looking at it for so long.
Uh, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I should eat first though, but yeah, after that's done, I guess I could walk around. Be good to clear my
Oh,
head. Get the.
yeah. What was that?
Oh, no. What were you gonna say?
Just that you've been. Well, I mean, everybody was shouting earlier, but other than that, you've been a little bit more quiet than usual. And, you know, um, Ezekiel and Fredra at the campfire over that way kind of motion vaguely.
Yeah, they seem to be having a lot of fun lately. I guess I'm just trying to stay focused. Uh, I really don't want to screw this mission up. It's been a while, and it's just I'm a little anxious to be honest. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's just kind of the
Well,
anticipation of hoping that something happens like the stuff we used to face. I know it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm droning on.
no, I was just going to say, it's okay and good to want to do well, of course. It's just, you don't want to get lost in your own thoughts, really, because then you're a bit lost and not really focused on what's going on around you.
Yeah, I could see that. Alright, so I'll just I'll put this all behind me, and then maybe I'll join you guys and get some fresh air.
A little while after the sun sets, the temperature drops a bit. It gets chilly, especially in the aftermath of all the rain. The rain, however, does lighten to a drizzle and eventually pass before most of the camp has gone to sleep. Some even start to break down the covers that had been placed up, and a larger bonfire sort of is starting to be made room for and constructed in the center of the wagons. An hour and a half or so after the sun has set, there is a modest group of the caravan members who have gathered around this bonfire, bringing their own personal stools or moving crates to sit on top of, and anyone that has any sort of skill or even not so much with an instrument or anything for whatever small amount of entertainment brings it along, and just eating away time before getting sleep and waking up the next morning and continuing. Is there anything that any of you wish to do for the remainder of the evening?
Sleep. For
Uh-huh.
you.
That's perfectly okay. You can do that.
Perfect.
If not, then you each get a fair share of sleep, in addition to taking your watches throughout the night. You watch as the storm continues past the caravan, leaving it and you all in its wake. The last remnants of the sound of thunder fades at some point in the middle of the night, and you're left with the still sound of crackling campfires and the small drips of water from the tops of the wagon covers and from the leaves of nearby trees. The soft squelching of mud beneath the boots of those walking around. But
How's the weather?
it's cleared up. It's still overcast with clouds in the sky, but it's not raining anymore. The ground is still very mucky, very muddy, very wet, but it's no longer raining.
Are there any indications of like previous holes or anything that can indicate that maybe like creatures or anything have been nearby, at least on the road that we're on?
Make a
Or where we
perception
saw-
check, as this is more of a wide ranging scan than like
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm so good at perception. My gosh.
Let's see about that.
19.
You are good. You
Wow.
are so good at perception. As you walk around, nothing in the immediate area, but Frederica, you've taken to being ever more vigilant, and You find yourself even on like these sort of mundane watches for whatever reason, taking extra initiative, going further than you found yourself going before. So you exit the ring of wagons as you watch and begin to explore a wider radius. And as you get to the edge of that ditch that's off the road that seems to now be a slow moving stream or small river, you can see on the other side of it no holes, but signs of the earth being sort of churned up, almost like the trail left by that creature as it moved beneath the surface. And it comes from a nearby tree line towards the water, and then it sort of moves in a large arc heading back into the trees eventually. Though it doesn't seem to be fresh or recent. It seems to be a bit subdued, but there's still this large sort of like, I guess, Bugs Bunny like mound of trail of earth that you can see.
I mean, if we're being this vigilant, then I would definitely just bring it up that it's possible that it's been around here. The, I guess, mound to the team. Anything in terms of like tremor, or I guess occasionally if I can just put my hands on the ground to maybe feel vibrations or anything.
Yeah, none of that. Nothing, as far as you can sense. Looking
Or
at
like the
it,
mud
it's yeah.
on my clothes.
Lamenting the absence of Azul's cloak, you wipe the mud on your own clothes.
True.
So the next morning, Frederica is telling you all of what she had seen, pointing it out to you now that the sun has begun to rise and the clouds have begun to break in part. You're able to see what she's talking about. It doesn't look as fresh. It doesn't look as pronounced as the ones that the monster had left when it had attacked you, but that's just maybe because they've had time to resettle. They're not as fresh as the other ones were. The earth has kind of gone back into place, not to mention all of the rain that might have evened out the terrain a bit as well.
Oh, how many, like, how, I guess, far or how much time do we have left between we reach our destination? Estimated.
You guys have. You should be arriving at the point, even with the delays from the rain, since you did end up pushing a bit further than expected. You should be meeting up, rendezvousing, and turning over with Scorpion Group the following day. So this will be potentially your last day, maybe the day before your last day with the caravan.
And then we ourselves, I imagine, are going to make our way back.
Well, you had another task
Oh,
as
that's
well.
right. Oh, yeah.
This is the next day.
Yes.
Okay,
So
perfect.
the following day from today is when you are going to be arriving at the rendezvous point where you should be meeting with Scorpion Group and turning over the escort duties of the caravan to them.
Okay.
And then moving on to your next objective. The next part of this mission, potentially. If anyone remembers what that is.
Investigating something.
Yeah, I forgot.
I wasn't here.
There are large footprints.
I was barely.
Revealed
No, I'm joking.
posts behind.
Investigating those weird, potentially toxic things, similar to Silver Lake type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to bring the worm monster thingy a piece or
Where
all
is
of
this
it.
worm coming from?
I
Oh.
don't know. I think we all forgot what it looked like after last session.
It
I
looks
thought
like
it looked like a giant mold.
it looks like a tremor. If you
It looks like a
It's
tremor.
What the
Tremor,
fuck
thank
is
you.
that?
No, Trimmer from the horror movie franchise, the
Yeah.
giant.
I don't know what the
Yeah.
tremor is.
yeah.
I said it had like shark-like features.
Yeah.
I said it was quadrupedal.
Ah,
And you're like,
That's what I thought it
a
man.
worm. That sounds like
I-
a worm to me.
I was like, I think it's a mole, and then we kept saying worm, and I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm delusional.
It was the rain.
It's-
Made
it
us
was
all
the
deluded.
rain.
We all had
Yeah.
fever.
I have a
You
you
guys
know what?
making up
IRL
this
have a
worm,
migraine.
this toxic worm. It's like,
Alaskan
who said
bullworm.
that? You guys are just making stuff up. Like, sure, okay.
Oh, so
Suddenly,
that's the tongue.
for it's got 4 legs and it's got a
Oh my
shark.
god, not the laying eggs.
It's got 4 laying eggs.
That's the tongue, and this is the mouth, and this is
The
the whole
whole
worm.
thing
The
is
whole
the
thing is the
worm.
worm.
Oh my god.
It's a Pomonan bullworm.
Ooh.
Anyways, as you continue to display the supreme organization of the Rift Wardens, you continue to escort the caravan as the sun rises to higher in the sky. Eventually, travel does become easier as you reach drier and the drier road. And it's seeming to be just a uneventful day of travel is what it's shaping up to be by the time midday arrives.
This is great.
Is it still like super rainy? I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
I believe it's sunny or clearing up.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
clearing.
still cloudy, but it's not
Okay.
raining. Yeah.
Yeah. Right now I'm trying to do my cleric stuffs.
Cleric stuff.
Oh, speaking of cleric stuff, are you feeling better, Ezekiel?
Much better. I seem to have slept off the migraine I had. That was dreadful. You can't
I figured it was
imagine.
the rain.
No, it wasn't the rain. It was the. So, the spell almost felt like all of my senses were heightened. But like anticipation for just the creature. I. It was overwhelming to have it up for 3 hours like I did, but I'm glad I did.
Fred's gonna put a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to need you to do it again. Well, not for 3 hours, but occasionally.
That's
Can you
fine.
do that?
I can do that. Yeah.
And you don't need to push yourself. You can. Well, I don't really know, or will pretend to know how it works, but I think just the occasional.
Well, I'll be honest. Until yesterday, I didn't know how it worked either. um, that was an experience, but I think I'll be able to handle it better this time.
Good. We need you alive, anyways. For now.
I don't
She
think it's
grins.
gonna kill me. But will do.
I imagine we're still like traveling, like we're
Yeah.
moving.
Walking, talking, moving. Yep.
Walk and talk. I'm gonna walk and talk towards the bishop. Look
Okay.
for bishop.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Bishop.
Yeah, how's it going, Fred?
I thought I did a really good impression. I should keep practicing. Do you have any explosives?
I have materials to make explosives, but I don't have an explosive that would be safe to use, if that's what you're getting at.
Well, I mean, it's just really the 4 of us and then a bunch of carts, and might be good to have one on hand just in case. Maybe not like openly use it, but it made big holes, so maybe we can just toss it in or something. Listen, I had a lot of thinking to do this last night. There wasn't much I could do, you know what I mean? Except for look. But I think that would be, come in handy or something.
I get what you're saying. Well, I still have all this tech. It's but like I said, it's just tech. I haven't had really the time to make it into anything, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to make something stable on the road. So, what do you have in mind? Uh, Fred?
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was just thinking. Fred has her eyes closed, her arms crossed, and she's just honestly probably better. I don't know if you can do something with Persephone. I'm not really good at these types of things, but I don't know if I would really be useful, if that makes sense. I've kind of just been thinking if you make something that I can throw, I think I can throw pretty far. So I don't know how that's really useful. So my ideas and my thoughts didn't really come to light, but I thought explosives, boom, might be a good idea. But I don't know. Plus, Persephone has her thing too, and she can use mag and she has distance. I really can only whack-a-mole, and it's not that. But yeah, I think maybe throwing a bomb would help. Maybe it sounds ridiculous now that I'm saying it out loud, but you never know.
Yep. Yeah. I mean that could work. I mean, you did it that one time in Silver Lake, but I haven't made one of those since, because it's just, well, I just never had the time, really. That's all it was. And I think you're plenty useful with that hammer, ball, with your weapon. As far as I'm concerned, if we're facing anything, you're gonna put it in the ground. But I'll try to come up with something. Um, really quick, out of character. What did you end up getting as your throwing weapons? Was it just throwing axes, hammers? Did you get the
I can throw a bludgeon, I think. Hold on.
The light hammers.
the light hammers?
Light hammers. We can attach a bomb to the light hammer and throw it. Sorry.
I mean, technically,
Shh.
right?
You could attach a
can make
bomb to
a-
anything and throw it technically.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Technically, if really quick, I don't know if we can spitball this right now.
Uh-huh.
If I use some abyssal goo and coated if I
You have
coated
abyssal goo on you?
I mean, I don't know. I guess so. I don't know where it goes.
Maybe in a vial.
Maybe in a vial. Like
Stainless
I just got
you
some of
use
this in
it
my
as
pocket.
lotion.
Just like
Shit.
There's loose
Anybody
abyssal
got
goo
some
in my
abyssal
pocket.
goo?
Yeah.
With everything
Just-
we have in our inventories, like we
Yeah,
got some
wait,
big ass
well, maybe
backpacks.
actually we don't know what we're carrying. Maybe it is abyssal goo.
Maybe it's abyssal goo. Yeah. Just
So-
caravans of abyssal goo. That's
Yeah,
it.
we don't. Well, it's look, listen, it's being
Barrels
taken to the
upon barrels
Bloodlands,
upon
so
barrels,
maybe
yeah.
there is actually useful stuff that we can slightly, maybe a little bit use if it's to the journey there. It's really for a good cause.
Maybe
Let's
that's what's
just
infecting
steal
the
their
plants
shit.
and animals.
We're not stealing. We're utilizing it if
We're
we have
borrowing.
to.
We're
And we wouldn't
utilizing.
stealing. We would ask
Oh.
nicely.
uh,
I can make
Just
a
a lot
compelling
of
argument.
things. Yeah, nicely changes a lot of
Watch.
things. Hear out. Come on.
This is okay. All right. We either die or we can use this and survive.
What is dying? When did
I
that
end my
happen?
argument.
She
What do you
interrupted
mean
her.
dying?
We
They were
got to
literally
argue
a
with
day
her.
away from dying with that Alaskan knot bullworm.
Alaskan not forward.
all right, well, but hear me out though.
Not Alaskan, not bull,
Oh my
but it's
God.
still definitely Alaskan.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the part.
I think
That's
it's a compelling argument. Truly, either you die
my
or we
God.
try to survive.
I like how you're the
Perfect
judge of
plan.
like, yes, that I've made such a compelling argument.
Well, I don't think anybody wants to die.
What are you gonna look at her and tell her she's wrong?
Yeah, you gonna look at me and tell me I'm wrong.
Probably, yeah.
Stop. I know.
No, I refuse to hear this.
Oh shit. Retcon.
All right. Anyways,
Oh man.
what are you guys talking about?
So
Bombs.
making a makeshift explosive with a light hammer. So what I was saying, if I took some tack, coated the light hammer, and then covered it with a thin film of abyssal goo,
Mm-hmm.
and she threw it,
Does it have to be abyssal goo though? What makes it special that it would be abyssal goo?
because it needs to
Or
keep it.
what
It
if we
needs to. There needs
time?
to be a film like so that the tack is like in place, you know, so it's not just.
Oh,
We could use
okay.
mud. We can like coat it in mud.
but how would that be sticky to keep the?
Well, like I mean, isn't mud thick technically, right? We just add a
Is
little
mud
water,
sticky?
a
But aren't
little
we on like
pizzazz.
dry-ish land now? We're gonna. I thought
Well,
we-
okay, but we have water. We could make mud. I'm just saying, in case you know abyssal goo. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me quickly ask for abyssal
Fucking
goo.
hold
That's more
on.
likely than
Where's
mud.
my alchemist's kit to make mud?
But,
Persephone?
but I'm just saying. So we're gonna make
Everything's-
mud, but wouldn't mud like somehow dampen? It's wet. Wouldn't it dampen the tack?
Yeah, it would.
Fuck. Well, then
mad.
what about goo? Goo is
Well,
wet?
it's abyssal
this is
goo.
so
Hey,
So abyssal
we're
goo is
getting into weird arguments. We're getting into
abyssal goo
really
could
weird.
be flammable.
Abyssal. So hear me out. Magic.
Abyssal goo, dry.
Yeah, so hear me out, magic goo.
Actually,
That
you know what? This is why I can't have these types of arguments. Just tell
This
me
is
what to
why-
hit. Listen,
Just
don't talk to
point
Persephone.
me.
Clearly, I love that.
Put a blindfold on her, spin her around 3 times, point her in a direction, and let.
I'll whack what needs whacking.
Waka 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 waka
I'm
waka.
gonna walk away defeated, please.
Oh.
Okay,
well,
she's gonna
no,
walk away.
damn, she's gonna walk away defeated. That I
Walk
was,
away.
but I was talking
She's
out
gonna
of
walk away.
character here.
Waka waka. Yeah, it turns out out of character we didn't
Turns
have
out,
we
yeah.
could not do that quickly enough. So
Ah,
Yeah,
like real quick out of character. That was not real quick out of character. So we will talk about your ranged options at a later date. You got the birth of something, you know. Explosive plus hammer plus question mark equals a happy Frederica. We'll figure out that question mark.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Anyways. So is there any other conversations, anything else that any of you 5 wish to do before the following day? The rendezvous with Scorpion group and leaving the quartermaster, the caravan, and pursuing the second stage of your mission.
I say we just gonna move on. And help get the cards ready. Or at the very least, that's what I'm gonna go do. You know, I don't really have much say in this bomb making little thing you guys have going on. I don't need it. So I wish you luck in any of your explosive endeavors. I'm gonna do a little bow and then walk towards the dwarf leader,
Yep.
the quartermaster.
Quartermaster. As you go up. You got any? I mean, you're gonna have to ask. You got any experience hitching up horses, boy?
A tad, I've helped my group, but
Come here, let me
I'm-
show you. I'll give you the once over, and you can help us get ready to go. And he,
Alright.
without hearing any potential objections or excuses, starts to walk over and show you how to hitch up a horse to a wagon.
I'm gonna be very attentive because I
Mhm.
was gonna 100% give my help anyway, so I want to figure out how to do this and do it right.
Gotcha. All right. The rest of you? Anything before, during, after you guys head out? Anything you guys want to do? If not, we'll skip ahead.
One very quick thing. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yo, Szechuan, do you have abyssal goo?
I have abyssal goo though. What is
Oh, whatever. Okay, that's it.
That's it.
So what now?
Goo.
Look, we ain't trying to buy some goo at a markup price. He's a salesman, merchant, something. Right? We got to roll.
If anything, I
We
bargained.
have abyssal
Hey.
goo at home. All right.
Whoa, whoa.
All
Would
right.
you-
Okay.
Would you
Plus, I
say
wasn't gonna
he's
pay
a
him.
shady salesman?
What?
Would you?
What?
Oh, okay. I'll just deafen. It's okay, guys.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. No, you can not. No, you can not deafen. Just mute.
Sir, yes, sir.
So I'm guessing that's a no then. All right.
Wow, that's great. I got the silent treatment.
Wait.
Oh, do you
what's
actually
going on?
asked if he?
Hell yeah, I actually am. I'm leaving away and defeated again because I was ignored. My head
Wait,
down.
who-
What?
Are you all this loud and rowdy when speaking about your attack?
We weren't loud.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone else here in the public want to believe that?
There is a choice in what you say. I'm looking at whoever was about to speak up.
I mean, it's good to know that you're doing what you set out to do, and whether it be, hearing you, or seeing you carrying boulders around, at least we know you're there. We know you're here to protect us, because we can see you. Visibility is important.
Uh-huh.
Well, we didn't need help anyways. Just the four of us ish.
So then what you told me yesterday, you no longer...
No, no, we'll still need help from you. That's a little bit different. I was excluding you from that, really.
Okay, fair.
See, I know. To be honest, not a lot has happened, so this is working out pretty well for us. Knock on wood, I hit the cart.
It falls apart.
Oh my gosh, not that.
I unknock the wood.
All right. So, you all continue. You spend the last night with the caravan. The following day, you meet up outside of a small nearby village. As the caravan approaches, you see 5 individuals on horseback riding from the village up towards you, and as they come within view, recognize vaguely the appearance of Scorpion Group, a group of wardens that started in Twin Hills much like you and got called up to Pomona the same time you did. You can see them. They look familiar, but they definitely have there's something different about them, whether it's just the experiences they have had, maybe a couple more scars or different gear and weaponry that they've found, had made, adopted. The half-elfin leader of Scorpion rides up to you all. Right on time, Kieran. He looks over you. Didn't realize you've had a brand change.
Yeah. A bit.
Sure, there's good reason for it, he says as he reins in the horse to full stop.
Yeah. Well, we're the group dynamic is a bit different. We're at the moment, 2 of our members are, well, not our members. So,
Ah,
uh,
I was wondering why. No, well, things have been changing up a bit. Actually, was wondering why we saw Zul without the rest of you not too long ago.
you saw him.
Well, there's a rift not too far further north. We got dispatched to clear out the fiends surrounding it, and he was part of the closing corps that came to wrap it up.
Well, glad that he's seeing action more so than us.
Oh? He says with a raised eyebrow.
Yeah,
That's surprising. You know, for the longest time, we felt like we were a bit in your shadows, especially since that whole Silver Lake thing.
well, hard lines, and rules and such. We got our group kind of renamed, removed around, and
We're just a
we've been.
smaller group now. And she kind of looks at Ezekiel with her eyes kind of opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Azul's just being dispatched to assist with closing rifts. We're still investigating certain things. By the way, on your way up here, did you encounter any large creatures, perhaps? Just curious. There was one running around.
Not personally. We've heard rumors of it, but we've actually been up this way for the past couple months now, so we haven't been back down towards Pomona in some time. But folks traveling from your direction, which, surprisingly enough, there still are some making their way northward rather than southbound. But yes, we've heard rumors tell of a large, nasty thing that varies from telling to telling. Not sure if there are multiple things or not, but who's to say with, what we deal with. And he goes on to describe rumors he's heard that you can see through lines and similarities between the stories he's heard travelers tell and what you have encountered. I can tell you it hasn't made its way quite this far up, at least not to our knowledge.
No, not up here. Or rather, it's been a while, probably a long while. But I suppose that's something that we should continue investigating on the way back down. It is definitely frightful. Comes from the ground and everything. We're thinking explosives as a solution. Anyways,
Oh,
Yeah, me and Fred were talking about it. It's a project we're still working on.
secret
Right.
project for their cool Kirin team.
Yeah.
I see. Well, on to business, though. Anything to turn over to us? Anything that we should know about the caravan as we take over the escort? Anything unforeseen? Issues? Concerns? Anything we should know?
I don't think so. I'm gonna look at
No, a
the
bit of
others.
damage.
Yeah.
But that was from the big thing that we were talking about. But we came here in one piece, so uh, not really.
Yeah, apart from the rain that we experienced and that thing, everything's been pretty much a smooth ride.
Worried that storm would have delayed you. Glad to see it didn't. The front lines can truly use these supplies here. So, I'd like to keep our turnover as brief as it needs to be before we take it off your hands and keep going.
Well,
Yeah.
all right, understood. Um, yeah, let's get this thing done, and y'all stay safe out there.
Anything else any of you want to say or do as this turnover is going on? I'd say since the caravan has stopped and uh, nearby this village, long enough for some to head in, pick up some supplies of their own, whether it be restocks of food, tea, coffee, whatever it may be, fresh clothes that aren't caked with mud and dirt.
It's all of
I'll
that.
be fine.
Suggestion,
What?
you would notice the reason why the caravan has stopped and this group of wardens conversing with another group of wardens to make it even larger.
That's a lot of wardens.
Warden squared.
That's a lot of wardens.
War die.
Warden squared.
Oh, wait, that's right. Are you is
You'll get it eventually.
Yes,
Are
I
you-
know it is difficult for the common tongue.
Whoa.
It's
No, he
suggestion.
didn't mean it like that.
He just
He said your tongue's average.
Common.
He said your tongue ain't shit.
I'm gonna like kind of get in front of Frederick.
Language
No,
common.
for the common
Are you
tongue.
also going north to the Bloodlands? Towards there?
Sure, you could say that.
Huh. You're going north, but you're not a part of the Wardens? Why? Just curious.
Mm, well, our wardens the only ones who oppose the fiends.
Yeah.
The only ones.
Oh, um, I mean, then why not be a warden? I'm just saying.
Why are you putting in a good word for me?
Uh, Not anybody can do what we do.
I'm quite sure.
My God, get a room, you two. Jesus. I mean,
Coming from a
whatever
bishop.
D&D version of Jesus is.
Helm.
Helms.
my helm, get a room, you two.
It's nothing like
He'll kind of
that.
twirl his hair a little bit.
Oh my
My
god.
God, mentioned.
Wait, hold on. Wait, before we continue with that, which by the way, I was just asking because it might be if he was for hire because he mentioned something about being maybe a mercenary-ish. It doesn't matter. Anyways, you said up north there was a void that was just recently closed. Where at? Warden.
Um, Yes, it was maybe about a day or two northwest of here. But that was, I wouldn't call it recent. It was quite some time ago. A couple months. And by no means the most recent one that we've encountered. Just, I thought it was pertinent to bring up as it was the last time that we had seen Azul and thought he was still with you.
Just nowhere in or near Corncadia?
Concordia.
Concordia, whatever.
Not in it. Closer to Concordia than Pomona, that's for sure. But, there are rifts, especially small ones. Well, you know this, that have been opened as far south as around Twin Hills and Glimmerdale, so not surprising that the closer you get to the Bloodlands themselves, the more frequent they are, more likely they are to appear, it seems. But Concordia is still strong. It's something of an outpost for us. Before the last bastion, as it were, before the front lines. And the Republic, as well as wardens, have quite the presence there to stave off the advances. If anything, the Asmodeus line is beginning to curve round Concordia. If it doesn't get pushed back, then it might be entirely surrounded in a few months' time. But its defenses still hold strong.
There's like a bit of a relief or the way Fred's facial expression kind of rests. She lets out a sigh. Okay, just thank you. But yeah, I agree. We should probably cut this shorter. Sorry, I did.
If don't mind my asking, maybe I could help out. Are you heading back to Pomona after you turn over here? I'm not privy to your mission.
No, we're not going back just yet.
I see.
Yeah, we still got some investigating to do. Looks like there's been reports of some weird activity. Where was it then? It was towards the east of where we're going, or I think we're like it's a little off the path, right?
Well, yeah, it's a bit west of where you were.
West,
Is
okay.
where,
West.
yeah, that's where they the reports have been had come from at the time, like that you were briefed on the mission.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's been reports out west of some activities similar to what happened in Silver Lake. So we're just going out to investigate, make sure it's nothing.
Similar to Silver Lake.
Yeah,
Well, not as dire yet.
we're trying to make sure it doesn't happen again. Basically, we're trying to get ahead of it.
You're talking about the incident with the river.
Yeah.
I thought that had been cleared up long ago.
Uh,
The people have been using that river for water in the area for at least weeks now, if not months, with no issue. Does this have
Oh,
anything to do with that creature you were talking about earlier? Because they very well
Yeah.
may be one and the same, if that's the case.
it could be. I believe they mentioned a weird creature as well, so it could be all related, right?
Probably, but I'm sure we'll encounter it again. I don't think we've seen the last of it, nor do I intend to leave it roaming. Just in this moment, it was more dire to get the cargo to you guys.
Absolutely. And well, with that being said, we'll uh, take over duties of escorting the caravan. Although I suspect they'll be parked here for a little while, at least until they head into the village and get whatever they need. I'll speak with the quartermaster and see when it is that we're heading out. Well, thank you, Kieran, and stay safe. Alright, let's go, Scorpion. I want you all posted. Regular intervals throughout the caravan. 2 front, 2 back, 1 in the center, roaming at all time. I'll take the first roaming watch. I'm going to go speak with the quartermaster now. The rest of you, get to positions. And they disperse. Leaving the 4 of you, well, 5. Shajestion is out of the group, but was, I guess, talked to. So he's nearby. His wagon that he's a part of is not far away, and he's been standing outside of it, reclined against it, just sort of watching people and you all, and occasionally chatting with other members of his wagon that he's traveling with as they come by and head in. Hey, Shajestion. The village?
Yes.
A couple of us are gonna head in.
Yes, I could use a few things.
Alright, and you tell him what to look out for, give him a bit of corn, and he nods and, well, you sure you don't want to come in with us? We'll see you when we get back. Let's go, boys. For a bit of a walk. And 3 of them get to head towards the village, joining the rest of the crowd that is departing from the caravan to head in.
Quite a bit of a difference between warden groups.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're as equally coordinated. And they said they thought they were going to be in our shadows or something.
I wasn't paying attention.
Believe that would mean that that's no longer the case.
What do you know? You're not even a warden. I don't think you get to speak about warden business like that.
I couldn't help but overhear. Now, you're investigating something similar to Silver Lake. Is that right?
I mean, yes, but what's it to you?
Well, as I mentioned to Fred earlier, you wardens aren't the only ones who are trying to counteract these fiends. There are many others. You could say I'm one of them.
Right.
One of a warden or one of a fiend?
I'm no warden.
The helper.
But I am no fiend, that's for certain.
Could have
What-
fooled me.
I don't understand that. I don't know why you would believe I would be any kind of fiend.
What are you, a free agent or you're part of another group, organization?
In this particular situation, I would say we have like-minded interests.
Are
So
you trying to come along, or where are we going with this?
Warden's huddle. Give us a moment.
Oh, I'm
You get pulled
I
into a
imagine I'm
warden huddle.
grabbed. Yeah, I imagine
Mhm.
I'm grabbed and yoinked into a warden huddle.
Alright, so the four of you huddle up. Not too far away from Shadeshian. You begin to have a conversation. Occasionally, each of you pokes your head out of the huddle to look back at him. Pokes back in. Continues the conversation.
In a normal tone.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean,
Well, let's be realistic. There's only 4 of us and one big of those things. And although I don't doubt my killing capabilities, nor your explosives, nor your mechanisms and magic, what he did was pretty helpful. As long as he's not trying to ask for a price.
I mean, if that's the case, you can't be going around calling people fiends.
But he hasn't left. Plus, this is a good opportunity, if he is capable, to make into a warden.
Oh,
Maybe.
Frederica
Yeah, but why are
continues
you
her
calling people
warden
fiends?
recruiting.
Whatever it be,
I guess.
I think I don't mind having him around, but
If he can do magic and he's not a magic wizard
Okay.
magic,
Look, I've been
what does it
quiet
matter
all
with
the
wizard's
time,
magic?
and I've been listening to everything that everybody said, and I've been
fine.
in my head
Speak your
listening,
truth.
and you're just rude. Why are you being so rude? He helped us. What's the problem? If he wants to come,
Being
he
rude?
can.
I'm gonna put my both hands up and kind of like my lip drop and look away. Like it wasn't me. I didn't.
I didn't say it.
know.
You can't just accuse random people of being fiends. That's not.
That was.
I mean,
He's obviously not a fiend, Persephone. I was just being sarcastic. Plus, listen, you gotta talk. I don't know.
I think she really
This
likes
is-
him. Maybe we should bring him along, yeah.
I definitely. Listen. I'm just trying to bring wardens.
I mean,
And
as
honestly,
a friend, I mean. Obviously.
we are
As a
short 2
warden,
people.
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
This
Yeah,
is
for
all
sure.
done in normal tone, so he's definitely
Yeah,
interested.
Jesus Christ. Y'all are talking over each other so
And we're still doing the little
Goodness.
like prairie
Uh-huh.
dog like poke out.
Yep. Occasionally,
trying
even
to
when you're
be
talking about him.
more-
I'm acting like I
Listen,
don't hear anything.
you have to accept that we aren't short 4 people. We are, 2 people, which is what we are now. We aren't what we were.
That's what I'm trying. That's exactly what I said. Why?
No, we didn't.
It's-
You said
Yes,
we were
but
missing
the
2 people. We are
context is
not.
there. Oh my goodness.
The
Okay,
sisters
listen.
are
I'm
squabbling.
really trying my best to put myself out there and have conversations, and now you're saying I'm aggressive. I look back
No,
at Shusha and then look
You
at
said that. I didn't say that. I said you were being rude. That's
that was my interpret. One moment. I leave the
One
huddle.
moment. Side huddle with your sister.
Listen. Jokes aside, because I hope that you're joking, we are short 2 people.
No, we're not.
What do you mean we're not? We are.
We are Kieran group. We are not short 2 people. All of the members are here and accounted for.
Okay, you're technically right, but you're technically
I'm
wrong.
not wrong.
You are technically wrong. It's okay
No,
to admit
I'm
to be
technically
wrong.
right. I'm literally
and
right.
technically wrong. Literally in okay, yes, we are Kyrian group, which is just us, which is fine.
Phoenix group is missing 2 people. Yes.
Well, technically
Kieran
it's
group
missing all 6.
is totally yes, but Kieran group is just the 4.
I'm gonna mouth
Guess what?
sorry at Suggestion.
And then go back to your huddle with just Bishop.
I'm-
So that you guys
yeah,
aren't even
wave
talking.
my hand and
I'm
say
gonna-
it's fine.
I'm actually gonna mutter to Zeke, like, when in the hell did you start making more sense than anybody else? What's going on here?
Listen, I remember just about a week ago I was mayonnaise boy. I don't know.
Okay, continue. You get the conversation.
Okay, I have one question. Give me one moment, Persephone. Shh. I walk up to him. Am I
All right.
rude?
All right, you go and you huddle up with Suggestion.
Oh.
I'm not gonna. I'm just.
Oh,
Gonna,
okay.
no. I don't know. He could kill me for all I know. He's a
Oh,
fiend.
now we're
Oh
huddle
my
hoppers.
God.
I don't say that out loud.
Uh,
I say it out loud in my head.
Loud in
Out
my head.
loud in your
What?
head.
Oh God.
Am I rude? Because my sister seems to think I'm rude, and I just, you know what? I deserve a blunt answer to the point. I am a people person. I can interact, and that's besides the point. But that's it.
I'm having Isaiah calling Era masculine flashbacks right now.
PTSD cat flash.
Yeah.
Rude. No. I wouldn't use that.
Thank you. Bye. Back to the huddle.
No time to
Hmm.
clarify. I wouldn't use that word. I have a thesaurus.
Right, now that we've clarified that, I'm not rude, but I do think it might be better to have an additional person. Again, I'm definitely pitching for the wardens. I would pitch anyone that isn't afraid of that big thing, which I think we're not taking into account.
Well, perhaps I'm underestimating the big thing, but I also wouldn't say that I would hate the idea of having another person in. It's just
You could be the
if
bait.
me. I was about to say if he's gonna ask for a price, I'm not doing it. Now I'm not. I would. Wait,
He
no. I
says our
was gonna
interests
say
align.
that
There's no price involved.
if he was
can
gonna
bargain,
take a
it's fine.
price, I would take the. Well, whatever. I don't care. I'm not being bait either. Not again.
What? That's okay. I could be bait with
I
an
walk away
explosive.
from the huddle.
Bishop.
Bishop, you must show solidarity with the huddle in front of the stranger.
I imagine Fred's just grabbing people by like the
Yeah,
neck of the
just-
neck and dragging them back.
This is
Yeah.
the timing was crazy perfect. Like,
We're organized. We're unified.
We are unified, which means we all need to be here. 4 of us as you Kieran group, not Phoenix group.
Oh.
I can't believe a fucking Zool got close a fucking rift and we're stuck here with the fucking.
Hey, but the supplies does need the supplies does need help getting shipped. Come on, we're doing something important.
I'm
I'm
just
gonna say
gonna go,
this like with a shit-eating grin.
I'm gonna go talk to Suggestion.
Okay.
Stays huddled.
Yeah. All right, Suggestion. So you can say you got a similar interest. You're heading down the same way we are. You want to help out? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. I thought I made that pretty clear.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I clarify for everybody else.
Right, no fiendish shenanigans, I assure you, truly.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, none of that. All right. you can come along. There may be some precautions we got to take. There may be times where um, you may need to follow our instructions depending on how it gets. But it seems like you could handle yourself pretty well. So, I mean, yeah, let's just give this a trial run and see how it goes. That sound good?
Completely agreeable, yes.
All right. And
Would
then
you like to shake on it?
Yeah, and just to be clear, this isn't it.
There.
You're not charging us for this, right?
No, of course not.
All right. Yeah. Then deal.
Can I leave the huddle?
Okay. Did we shake on it? Did we shake on it?
Did you shake on it?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Alright.
All right. Just I'll be back. Hold on a minute.
Alright.
I go back to the huddle.
You walk back as Ezekiel is requesting permission to be excused from the huddle.
Okay.
Okay. And you're not gonna be mad at me?
I'm not gonna be mad at you. Go. Listen, this as
Okay.
long as we all agree in union.
All right. Suggestions is coming with us. So that's what I've decided. I mean, you guys seem like you're leaning in that way, and this is just going. You know he could hear us, right? I mean, it's clear he could hear us.
There's
We're
no way
loud.
he could hear us. We were whispering. It's fine.
But I could
Just
hear
gonna
you standing
blank
next to him.
stare.
I
You
know
were
it.
in the huddle!
I'm gonna blink
course you can
stare
hear
at
us.
Fred as I slowly back away.
All right, so he's. Hold on,
I'm gonna walk up, go to like shake his hand with both hands. Hey, nice to meet you. My name is Ezekiel. I heard your name suggestion. Um, welcome to our little group for right now.
So, quite a pleasure, Ezekiel. A pleasure to meet you.
Sorry for No, I
No,
mean you'll
no,
get used to it.
there's-
afterwards. It's fine.
There's no need to apologize.
No, I don't think so either. We're a bit rambunctious, but as you can see from the other wardens, we get the job done. So
And I never have ever doubted that. I've stated that.
no, not saying you are not. But yeah, just give it a moment, or two, maybe three, but it'll pass.
Alright.
I am honored to be in the presence of the wardens. That's all I'll say.
Oh, thanks.
Chucks.
No,
Oh, I like this guy.
oh, oh, we could keep him around or something.
That's all it
Make him
takes.
a
Some
warden.
some good like little warden lip service.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
shucks.
With those purdy lips.
With their pretty little lips.
God.
What gloss do you use? I bet it's Abyssal Goo.
Abyssal goo.
Oh my
so
god.
I am something of an alchemist myself. He's silky smooth hair.
He's just so dreamy.
He's just so dreamy. He's so dreamy and mysterious. Azul who?
Yo. Azul.
Anyways. So, with the 5 of you established and in agreement, you know that you're supposed to be looking for a creature. Not necessarily something like exactly like Silver Lake. The way it was explained to you was that the corrupting nature of the abyss seems to have taken a hold of and mutated something, or perhaps a creature, a fiend from the abyss was missed during that rift closure. Either way, there is something of fiendish nature that has been seen around this area. Whether it's the same thing that you had encountered before or not, you're unsure. However, after speaking with Scorpion Group, it did seem like some of the rumors they had heard do line up with what you remember of the creature. And you know at least that it's been as far north as, well, a couple days ago when you had, one, seen it and then saw tracks of it later on as you were traveling. So you at least know when the last time you saw it was. You do have a village nearby that you can go into and either talk to locals, talk to other members of the caravan, say goodbye to the quartermaster, whoever you want, restock, resupply, and then, well, it's up to you how you wish to proceed. Phase 2 of your mission begins now. Protection of the caravan has been left with Scorpion Group. And it seems like the members of the caravan are finishing up their trips into the village and should be setting off yet again here shortly.
I think we can confirm that the thing that we saw was definitely what we were looking for, maybe. But my only concern is what if it's not the only thing infected? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe we should ask the locals and see if they've seen or heard anything more frequent. Or maybe it comes with the weather. I don't know. Not the weather itself, but like it causes the weather. You get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. I'm kind of curious of what happened to the, what the villagers near the river have to say. I mean, according to Scorpion, the water's fine now, but bit odd.
Well, they've been up north, so they don't really know what's going on or what's been going on down here. I think that's a good idea, though. We should probably stick by the water and make sure that's not contaminated or something.
But it doesn't hurt to talk to the people here too. It's a good start.
The one thing I would like to do in the village
Mm-hmm.
is, what would I'm gonna ask you, what would be an appropriate offering to Helm specifically? Would I be able to sacrifice like maybe a piece of armor or something?
Sounds.
What about a lamb?
Ooh, actually, could I get a seeing glass worth 25 gold points since he is the
Oh,
vigilant
yeah.
watcher?
You can. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to buy a seeing glass worth 25 gold points, or however much that would run. I don't know how much it would.
That's perfectly fine. Armor would be also, appropriate.
Okay.
And
Well,
all right.
here's my money.
Okay. Is anyone else heading into the village, or did you say you wanted to? You're from locals, Frederica, or no?
Yeah.
You said you wanted to go
yeah.
towards like the one near the river, but one you're not
Or I
exactly
guess
sure where that
wherever,
is.
like on
Yeah.
the way down. I mean, we have an idea of if maybe, yeah.
Whoever wants to, I guess up to 2 people. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you attempt to pick up information in the small village. While you guys are doing that, whomever that may be, Shajestian, you are approached by those that you had been traveling with, and, well, inform them that this is where you'll be parting ways. You serious? He says as he hands you the goods that you'd requested him to pick up from the village. I hope you know that you're not gonna get your cut if you don't finish the journey. Can't expect us to pay out your share if you don't make the trip.
I understand. However, my eyes are focused elsewhere for this one in particular.
You're not gonna hear me complaining about one less share to split our pot with? It's been interesting having you by, and once again, gotta thank you for working your magic getting us this caravan. There are so many other merchants vying for it, and, well, just wanted to thank you for tossing your hat in the ring with us, as it were.
Always a pleasure. If we were to meet again, I hope you would take me into consideration.
Well,
This is, of course, nothing against you.
Didn't even cross my mind till you mentioned it, actually. But no, all seriousness, I guess best of luck. It ain't exactly safe this far up, so hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry
And
about
again,
me. I'll be quite fine.
somehow I believe it. Well, I'm not gonna lament the extra leg. Till next time.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes.
Did you get what I requested?
Yes. As much as I could. Some things, I guess, they didn't have quite exactly, so I hope, very close substitution would be acceptable.
Fair. Fine, it'll do.
And he hands you the small bag of provisions, as well as whatever leftover change there was from the coin you had given.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
All right.
I guess if nobody volunteers, I'll be one of the peoples that does the investigation check. I'll try. If you're still doing that.
One of. Oh, there was multiple needed?
Said 2 people could go.
I mean, we all have mouths, so I
I'll
would
do it.
hope the other.
My bad. I thought it was just one.
No, Ezekiel would probably be a dead. Okay. So,
Oh, okay.
is anyone
Is-
is anyone proficient with investigation?
Only in spirit.
And
Yeah,
I'm
That I
I'm
remember.
kind
pretty much, yeah. Only
I'm
in spirit,
spiritually.
yeah.
I don't even get a plus. I just
Just
straight up- Oh sheesh! 18.
just 18.
What
Just
up,
Oh,
hey, you.
that hey, they're better than me. I got a 13.
She gets up. Ezekiel, get on your hands and knees. I'm gonna stand on you.
Oh.
Listen up. Does anyone know about?
Oh my god.
Bro, that is the easiest way, technically, you know? Instead of
Fine.
individually asking, collectively.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Persephone,
Think
you
of this
couldn't
as
put that
strength
little.
training. Strength
Whatever.
training. Go ahead. Plank, and hold my body weight. Go right
So
now.
I
Sure,
go
go.
ahead and I
Right now.
plank. It's for the gains.
Ezekiel's body trembling and shaking as Fred steps onto his back and starts to shout at people as they pass by.
I try and keep it incredibly steady though. That way she
Mhm.
doesn't fall.
Go ahead and make a strength check. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I actually got my dice out when I said that. It was like, I hope this is a strength check. Ooh, what? That's a +1 to that.
Ooh, crazy.
I got an 8. Ooh.
All right, so Frederica, as you are using Ezekiel as a makeshift soap box to call to the in the middle of the town square, the village square, you get some people to come up, and more than enough are happy to share in rumors, especially those that seem to be gossips and the like. They tell you about stuff that they've heard, things that those passing by have seen. You get word of this riverside village that you had been asking about, that you'd been wondering about, and directions to it, at least vague directions towards it. A village named New Winding Creek. New Winding Creek Village. And as this is being talked to and you're having this conversation, you can feel the wobbling beneath your feet, the tremors and trembling of Ezekiel's body as it gives out and he collapses onto the ground. You still stand on his back as he is laid out flat on the ground and continue your conversation, however.
All you hear from beneath you is.
Ezekiel is
I
not.
take
It's rude to interrupt.
Yeah. It is rude. Can you like maybe mark the map where you think it is? Here you go.
Sure,
I'm gonna
absolutely, I
look
can.
fleetingly at
Absolutely,
Persephone.
I can. Without a doubt. Let me go ahead and roll a d20. Okay, the person definitely marks the map.
Are you sure?
It's thereabouts.
Does anyone know where window? What was it? What was it called? Okay, I get off his back. What was it called again?
New Winding Creek Village.
New Winding
Get up.
Creek Village. Village.
Using your supreme and subtle skills of investigation, you find the individual who would know the whereabouts of it, and a couple come up, and basically by consensus, you get a mark on your map. Many come up, and some of them are wildly off, but based on where the majority of people would put a mark, you get a what you feel is an accurate location of the village.
All right.
Kind
I
of like
think,
ask the audience in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You just like
good enough for me. Guys, I did it.
Guys, I did
All right,
it.
Kieran group. I go north, you go south, you go east, you go west. Break.
What?
I'm joking.
What?
I was just trying. It doesn't matter. We don't talk.
Oh,
It's fine.
okay.
Anyway, it's over here. We should probably go this way. Here, Persephone, you can hold the map because I'll lose it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Persephone?
Okay.
Wait, what? What do
You
you want
sound
to hold
like
the map?
you had someone standing on your back.
Oh,
Are you okay? Are you sick? And I touch her forehead.
No,
Do you need to rest?
I'm fine. Let's go.
You definitely don't sound fine.
yeah. What's wrong?
You need to eat.
Good Persephone.
No, we just need to do this mission. Let
We
us
are. We are
play.
literally going right now. Sorry.
Let's do that.
Oh,
All right.
you're done with them. Yeah, that's yeah. I get that feeling. Yeah, let's get a move on.
All right, Kieran group out.
Hearing group, go. So I guess we're hearing group outing now.
Okay.
I got my mark.
Wait, we can't leave without the person we're bringing, right?
Oh, you're right. Kieran group and suggestion out.
I imagine there's no way I didn't hear all of them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys head out, and Frederica marches forward, pep in her step, taking the lead, heading away from the caravan. You bid farewell to the wardens that are making their way further north to deliver the supplies, and begin to make your way in the direction of Winding Creek Village. Persephone kind of dragging behind with the map in hand, giving directions as she does. Without the caravan to look after and need to keep pace with, you find you can make much better time, just the five of you.
Yeah.
Even so, it does seem like the village is about a day and a half's travel away. Sort of back in the direction you came, definitely southward. Southwestish.
No changes in the weather.
No changes in the weather. It's, if anything, the weather's getting better.
No markings. Nothing. Nothing.
No markings until the following day. But before we get to that, we have to get to the following day. So the four of you with your new, I guess, provisional member.
So, um, suggestion. That's it,
Yes,
right?
Ezekiel.
That's how I say that.
Better than most.
I'll take it. Um, what what all can you do? And as far as like magic goes,
I showed you all one trick, and now you want to see everything.
no,
Mm,
not everything, but uh, more so, what's the origin of your magic? We know it's not a wizard, as um joyously our barbarian found out, I guess. Fred apparently has a thing against them, so good on you. But how? What's your origin? Does it come from you? Is it from an outside source? Um,
You could say it comes from me.
okay.
Oh, why though? I'm curious. What is this fascination with where the origin of magic comes from for an individual?
Um, well, for a while, one of our members would talk about the intricacies of the way he used the magic, and his came from him as well. And I don't know. I've been kind of interested in it ever since. Like I've thought about how my magic works. I see that Bishop. I'm gonna point to him just because we are new people. I know how he uses it. He's using like magic through runes and different glyphs. And Persephone, I at times think I get, but others I'm surprised by. So I don't know. Um, I I find myself wondering it at times.
Wasn't born with magic, but
No?
no.
Hmm.
Hold on. I took on magic later, but wasn't studied.
Okay.
You could say the magic found me.
The magic found you. Huh. I would love to know more about it, but
In time, I'm sure. Perhaps. Goes smoothly.
so um yeah, well you're gonna be traveling with us. I am a bit interested in what you can do. You don't have to show all the tricks in your sleeves. I would love to be able to see them if we end up fighting the giant creature again. So keep me shocked, but can you do more of that dark stuff thing?
Dark
Like
stuff thing.
You're asking for a demonstration now.
Small one, not too much, but humor me and I'll do the same for you.
No. Persephone outstretches her arm slowly. You need to save your strength. It was very large.
What she said, little
Oh,
Zeke.
okay, fine.
Besides, you'll probably just catch everything on fire.
No, I wasn't gonna do a fire spell. I was just gonna put. Okay, for the most part, um, I do light magic or fire, as she's cautioning me against.
Man of the
Um,
cloth, a fan of the fire. Interesting.
yeah. I'll hold out my index finger, and just on the tip of it, I'm gonna cast light.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, it's interesting. You have around the opposite of what I do. I'm intrigued.
I hope that doesn't mean you're going to get in any way.
Oh,
Or
no,
that you think anything negatively.
no, of course not. If anything, I'm just interested. I mean, magic can hail from any source. It's just why you use it and how you use it that matters. I don't think. I mean, unless you're taking the souls of other people and then like making them into the little whispers and tendrils, then I don't mind, if you use it for the right cause.
You are wiser than you look.
Oh, I'm gonna
I
start like twisting my one leg in the ground. Yeah.
No. I do
don't think
have
I
an
could.
18.
The
Yeah.
I don't
suggestion's
think I
quite
could
the
have put that
charmer,
better
ain't he, huh?
myself.
He's quite the charmer.
What's that, Charlie? You're smarter than you look. Is that true?
He didn't say smarter.
Is that a
He
go?
said-
He's like,
Yeah.
oh, thanks.
Oh, shucks.
You're not as much of an idiot as you seem. Oh, you don't shut up.
Oh, man. People have told me otherwise. That's real nice of you, ain't it?
Better than the opposite, I guess.
I get called a bumbling buffoon all the time on my party. That's real kind of you.
Anyways, continue. So Ezekiel just kind of twists his foot to the ground. No,
Yeah. No.
I still have lots to learn, but thank you.
Any rate, I'll keep you in anticipation now.
All right.
All right.
In anticipation, I shall remain as we keep walking.
You guys keep walking and stopping, of course, on occasion for the necessities, food, drink, and the. You continue to follow your map, the directions granted you by the, and you do eventually start to come across signs of that creature, things that you may have previously overlooked as just abnormalities in the terrain, and now you associate with the burrowed movement of that large hulking monstrosity. Though these, much like the ones that you had seen before, Frederica, do seem old. Any tracks are faint and faded. The mounds of burrowed earth are beginning to smooth out and be leveled out with the rest of the terrain. And so you find a place to set up camp. You can choose whether to do so in, out in the open or under the cover of nearby trees. It's up to you.
Trees would be preferable, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
So you would have the cover of the trees, but the trees would also limit your vision as well as.
I see.
So it's
I
either
mean,
see and be seen, or don't see and not be seen as well.
Well, I
if we're
mean, when you
worried
put it
about
like that, I'm not worried about anything. We're trying to find it. So maybe out in the open is the play here.
But if we find it, we'll feel it from far away, no?
Well, okay, but like we could also just, why would we want to obstruct our vision when we can also see it?
Fair.
Maybe. I mean,
Alright,
I understand wanting to play it safe, Ezekiel. It's okay to say that you're scared.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, a tad.
That's fair.
I'll be honest.
But we'll be fine.
I don't
We've
know.
faced a lot worse.
Yeah, I'm kind of used to hiding in the woods and stuff,
And
from
now is the
that
challenge.
trip.
Try something different. I'm so glad you agree.
Sure. Do you have any thoughts? I'm gonna turn to Suggestion.
I'll look at Persephone for an answer.
Should it appear, once again, I don't doubt any of your abilities, and I'm confident in my own, so we will just foul the creature.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yes, but I happen to want to sleep at some point. And it's
Sure.
not only the creature to be concerned about. there's all these people with varying motives and such, etc., etc. Persephone kind of slumps over.
Hey, hey, are you sure you're right, Persephone? What's going on with you?
I'm tired of maintaining this charade, and I'm going to use a bonus action to quit concealing what's wrong with Persephone.
Okay.
Charade.
Oh, what
But-
what in the hell?
What?
I'm guessing.
She just begins to puddle into the ground,
Well,
being
okay.
the ooze that she is.
So,
I guess I was
as-
correct. Okay.
So Persephone, as she says she's done with this charade, you can see kind of pooling from around her lips, much like back in the swamp when she had been puking up the ooze, just this light blue slime begins to puddle from around her lips, and her skin begins to take on this slimy ooze-like texture as she seems to go a bit boneless and just kind of begins to puddle into the ground, taking on an amorphous form.
Whoa. What's happening?
Oh, that ain't right.
I'm gonna run up
We're
and
better now.
I'm gonna remove curse.
You're gonna
100%.
you
Hello,
instantly
Ezekiel.
What?
as you
What's wrong with you?
put
Alright,
your
let's-
hand onto her and rush up. You all rush up to Persephone, who seems to be being transformed or like is turning into this liquidous form, this pile of ooze. You smack your hand into her body and cast remove curse, and nothing happens. She just looks up at you and kind of in a dejected tone greets you.
Wait, uh, what kind of magic is this? I try to detect magic. Seeing that,
Uh-huh.
I guess I surmise that maybe Ezekiel's is not working.
This is not working. There's definitely magical energy around, whether it's you have all your magic items and all that too. But
Wait, what was
yeah,
it?
there is a faint glow around Tiffany's entire.
Oh, you're breaking up.
So you see like all the usual stuff, the items. Yeah, there is a faint glow around Persephone's form. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not working.
Wait, Persephone, are you doing this to yourself? What is this you?
She's doing
Yes.
it to herself.
Uh-huh. This was a quite successful experiment.
Oh.
She's basically a
Oh
puddle, just
no.
a face in an oozy puddle right now.
I thought you were just doing that freaky thing with the souls. What this isn't. What is this?
Whose name
Okay,
did
but can you
do
like
to
turn yourself back? This is a little weird.
I mean, I could. If I need to.
Why do you want to be Jello?
I think she needs to. I think you need to.
How do you want to be Jello?
Have you recently united with your sister or something? You all seem so surprised. I mean, I've never seen anything like that either, but I thought you all were
We haven't
traveling
either.
for a while.
No, this is new.
Let's just say that some of us have been trying to reinvent the way we do things, and this seems to be her reinvention. This is
You know,
Oh,
I leave
wait.
you.
I can show you something interesting. And so she, begins to reform herself
Mm-hmm.
to fetch one of her little tin cups out of her bag of holding. And I look as she corrodes it.
uh
She holds up one of the tin cups, and then the ooze begins to secrete around her fingers as she holds it, and the tin cup starts to just dissolve in her hand.
As if you weren't already interesting before.
I wouldn't say interesting is the right word, but yeah, something like that.
You know,
Doesn't think I'm interesting.
Well,
And
no, it's
Persephone slumps back into a puddle.
oh no. Well,
I'm gonna
no, hold
glare at
on, hold on.
Bishop.
That's not what I mean. I mean, it's just this is not what I would call interesting coming from Persephone. She has a lot of interesting things to say, but this is just
I leave you guys alone to do your tinkering, your bombs and stuff, and somehow she's turning into goo. And you don't know
hey,
about
I
this? I
had
thought you
nothing
were
to
the
do
one
with
that.
this, all right? She helps me with my stuff, and she just does her own thing.
And who the hell is limiting her?
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's a
Now
good
she's goo. What is she, an invertebrate? What's
uh,
happening?
that's a good question, but she's a grown ass woman, and she's very smart, and she does things.
No, she's a goo ass woman right now. What are we
Uh,
talking about?
She's well, Persephone. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Oh,
Are you okay?
Helm, you gave me a heart attack. I thought you were dying. No one just starts glooping down. That's not a normal thing. Ugh.
I thought you would come to appreciate it more, Ezekiel. I mean, you just mentioned that you enjoy magics of all different kinds. This is definitely a very interesting one.
It is interesting. It just scared. Oh, scared the wits
Duly
out of me.
noted,
I thought she was
scared
dying.
easily.
Yes, I do. Okay, I get scared often and much. I'm pointing at him.
I poke Persephone.
She's squishy.
hey, if you careful, like she dissolved that tin cup.
Well,
I'm
only
not
if
dissolving.
I want to.
Dissolve me?
No, I said only if I wanted to, and I don't want to,
But
and you're
you
not
could?
metal.
Oh.
Oh, not me.
Wow.
Okay.
Because
That's
I was
kinda
afraid to
scary.
touch you after seeing that. That was
Hmm.
good to know that you can choose what you dissolve.
And
Oh.
apparently you have to be metal.
Did you ingest something for this to happen? How did you do it?
You don't remember?
Could I find a stick?
Oh my god.
Actually,
Yeah?
no. I'm gonna
You gotta
use
poke
my
Persephone with a
immovable rod.
stick.
Yeah, I'm pulling out my immovable rod and I'm
I will
poking
slap it out
I'm
of
gonna,
his
yeah,
hand.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know you're about to get beat up
her.
by multiple people in the park.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Fine.
No, you're not doing it? Okay.
Uh,
Coward.
Howard is crazy.
You know what I would have done if I saw her trying to slap out my immovable.
Oh, you would have pressed the button?
Yep.
You yeah,
What
slap it out
button?
now. No, I'm not doing that.
So the immovable
thought
rod, it
about
has a button that if you press it, it's movable.
That thought did cross my mind, but that just means I'm getting my ass beat.
Just the object isn't movable. You
Yeah.
is a
That
different
doesn't mean
story.
I'm not
Yeah, so you
movable.
can you can't knock the rod out of Ezekiel's hand, but you can knock Ezekiel out.
Out of the
Yeah, no,
rod.
I'm good. I'll just put my rod back in my pack.
It'll be like a cartoon. You knock him, the rod just stays there hovering.
So
Anyways,
fluid.
back to Persephone and Frederica. Persephone asked, claim you don't remember.
I know Fred is visibly confused.
In that wonderful, terrible swamp. And I got infected with the spore.
Oh yeah, how could anyone forget that? You were throwing up everywhere. But what does that
Yes,
have to do with this?
exactly.
Wait,
I
have you
mean,
always been Jello?
She was throwing up ooze, not just puking. Goo. It was slime.
so it seemed there's a remnant, which was pretty dormant, but I've undormented it. Yes.
Can you
No,
control
I'm not
it?
even gonna ask why you undormanted it, as you just said. I'm good.
You saw what I did to the cup. That could be useful.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, you're so smart.
I'm smart. And then there's like a, she quickly just swoops back into Persephone. Like with a
Just
bonus
from
action.
puddle,
Yep.
instant to. Just from a puddle of goo, instantly just to. Boop, Persephone, no slimy anything, just normal Persephone. Bright eyed. I'm smart.
Well, of course you
She
are.
looks
The
normal
smarties.
again.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, but I think you should start sharing your little experiments because they're fun. They look great. I mean, yeah, but you should definitely be careful. Mom would freak out if she saw you turn into a slime. Honestly, you know what? On second thought, we should probably do that in front of her. Her face would be. It doesn't matter.
I'll be honest, I think most people would freak out if she just slimifies herself. But credit where it's due, that is interesting and that is cool that you did it. I'm sorry I freaked out, but if I just randomly went spineless and limp into a liquid on the floor, I think you'd have a similar reaction.
Yes,
You
of
would.
course. It's reasonable. I do understand. And I
Oh,
suppose it's. What are you doing?
I'm just continue. I'm just making sure you're okay in one piece.
She
Yes,
feels normal.
I'm fine. That tickled. But I suppose it's good that all the walking was exhausting because you all got to see that. I mean, it's fine. I think. I mean, I got to test it finally. I mean, I've tested it, but not around others so much, and not really. So I'm a puddle then. Good to know.
And you're okay, right?
Could have told me.
Any any bones or organs feel out of place? I'm gonna go back and reach for the rod.
I look at Ezekiel.
I'm gonna stop reaching for the rod.
Yeah, come on, boy.
Well, I think I think it's fine. I mean, it's I can. It seems I can switch between states pretty easily. Or rather, maybe not switch because it's still there. I could still be a puddle, but I could also just be me.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Nothing like you.
And you
As
say you do this with, I believe Bishop there mentioned souls.
Oh, not entire souls, just tiny bits. But I mean,
A
I can do it
fraction of a
without.
soul.
Makes it more powerful if I do have a bit to use. But
You
they
will
are
need
fleeting things.
to.
Hmm?
You will need to show me just exactly how that's done. It's very interesting, Stephanie.
Cool. I mean, if we go hunting or something, or if we wind up in battle. Though battle's not a good time for show and tell, usually.
So, as you guys decide on a place to camp and set up, Persephone, it seems, well, you find someone who is more than interested in asking questions and listening to answers about your experiments, your projects, your feat of, well, maybe magical engineering, something of the like. And Jagestion definitely does seem thoroughly impressed and interested in what you've managed to accomplish. The five of you do sit around a campfire and begin to eat, discussing who should take first watch and what to do when you get to New Winding Creek, what lies beyond. But before we rest for the night, in the aftermath of Persephone's slimy display, is there anything that any of you wish to do? Conversations to be had, things to prepare for the following day.
In here.
I don't think so.
No, yeah, nothing outside of like standard watch.
Okay.
Nothing outside billion questions with Persephone.
Alright. So until you finally force yourselves to go to sleep, Shah and Persephone, you both are engrossed in conversation as much as you're willing to share, Persephone. Shagestion is willing to hear and ask about. The following day comes, and more or less exactly where the massive villagers had marked on your map, you do see the village of New Winding Creek, not too far away from nearby river. It seems one and the same with the one that you had seen further south. And you can sort of see why it appeared as a ditch at some point, as a bit of a ways downriver it seemed to be dammed up. The village itself is small, but not too small. Maybe a couple hundred people. Nearing the size of a small town, but not. As you walk in, it seems evident they're not too used to visitors, as it's not along the main roads between Pomona and Concordia. It's out of the way. One would have to intentionally pay a visit to stumble across this small village. And so you get a number of eyes cast on you and gazes following you as you make your way in. It seems to be one that definitely is built along the river and subsists from it as well, whether it be nets set up for fishing or large swaths of agricultural land. So,
just making sure I heard this right. We will be near the river.
The village is near the river, yes.
Perfect.
The village of New Winding Creek is.
Okay.
Going into the village proper is probably not a bad idea. Perhaps we could find a leader of some sort.
Yeah, that's a good start. And maybe we should collect some samples from the water too.
Nobody looks like they're sick, at least at first glance. But
No.
they seem to be staring at us.
Yeah, but if you remember, people from Silverlake didn't really look sick at a first glance either.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, I remember pretty clearly when a regular-looking person tried to fight us off when they figured out that we knew what was inside them.
Oh, right, the first time. I was thinking when they were like fungal infected
Well,
thing.
I mean, to be fair, it has been a bit, hasn't it, since they closed the rift nearby? So if it were to really affect it, it would be. I mean, it's a good thing. I'm not complaining, really, but. I suppose we should ask around. I don't think shouting out here would do much.
And
I
if you need information in any form of way, I believe I have more practical ways of being able to get that.
Like,
well,
Like, perhaps not being so forthcoming with your intelligence gathering.
Yeah, as you could tell, tact isn't always our strong suit, so
I don't know about that. I mean, we always get information. I'm just saying, but we can do it your way, I suppose.
um, well, you guys go do that. If anyone would care to join me, I'm gonna go get samples of the river water. I can get pretty deep in the river.
Maybe we shouldn't go in the river. Maybe you should
No,
go
I'm not going in the
outside.
river at all.
You said in, so
I won't even get a drop of water
Could
on me.
say in.
Hopefully.
I
Well,
see.
on there. Is that better?
uh, yeah, I'll go with you, Zeke. That's fine. Let's
All right.
Anybody else want to come?
Nah, I want to see his tactics since he has
If,
back.
if you haven't noticed already, he's quite the charmer. I'm sure he puts that to good use. So yeah.
I need to take notes clearly.
All right, so Ezekiel and Bishop head off towards the river to collect a sample.
Yipper.
Suggestion. You're in the small village. Your presence has not gone unnoticed. The locals are hostile, but definitely curious and wary, which is to be expected, as you and the others know. Ever since all of this business with the fiend, lawlessness as well, been on the rise in the Republic. So it's only natural that they're suspicious of strangers.
Fair. I mean no harm. Surely I can make that known. So, Ed,
What?
what exactly were we looking to find out? Anything strange happening?
I guess one of the things that happened before is people got really sick from drinking contaminated water. That led to it led to a whole like swamp situation, but you don't need to know that. Um, I guess anything out of the ordinary, or even maybe signs or of maybe the creature we saw earlier. I'm not too sure, but anything really helps.
Okay. So for now, let's focus on this illness. That seems to be a bit more important than the creature. The creature we can handle. So let's focus on the illness. Supposedly. Um, everyone's wary, but is there like a is there like a gathering, like a tavern?
There
Wanted to go to the
is.
tavern. Should have said so.
Yeah, there's a tavern.
Okay, we can go there.
All right. Three of you head into the tavern. As you enter, there's a few patrons, about three of them, and work the establishment on his own. As you enter, it is pretty silent. Everyone involved in here seems to be well acquainted with each other, either talking fairly quietly or just not at all. As you enter, the bartender looks up from behind his place at the bar. You see one hand disappear down. Oh. How's it going there, strangers? Brings you to our little village.
Hey, do you have tea? I would love a cup of tea.
Yeah, we got tea, and be happy to get that for you just as soon as you answer my question.
Oh, right. I guess it's not valid just to come into a tavern for tea. Um, well, uh, well, we're here investigating. There was a rift a while back that was closed, and there's still some strange occurrences we've heard.
All of that was handled by wardens months ago. Business is of yours.
So there was nothing new you reported to the wardens?
I don't see how that's any business of yours, like I said.
Well, being a warden here to take care of any strange happenings that have occurred since the rift was closed, you know, being having made the trip up here to investigate the problems that the warden sent us to investigate, you know, that's what business it is of mine and my sisters and
Red knots. Mm-hmm. To put it simply, we're wardens.
Yeah, as each of you, you can see there is a bit of a tension there. Could
we were at
either
Silver
of you?
Lake. Um,
Hmm?
before we were stationed in Pomona under the Legatus and what were you saying? Sorry.
I'm just saying it ain't often that we get strangers to our little village. Last ones that were here were the war. They had good reason to. Didn't hear anything about more of you coming up this way. But we did hear about, well, a number of robbers and crooks fronting as wardens to either get free stuff or take advantage of non-suspecting.
Well, there were wardens who were there are those who were previously wardens who were actually just crooks and villains and whatnot, but because the wardens were so desperate to try to stop everything happening in the Bloodlands, they didn't really properly vet anybody. And, discovering those people among our ranks was not a pleasant surprise.
Listen, my friend. Even though we are strangers, it need not be that way. You should at least give us a fair chance. Show you that we mean you no harm. It's a simple investigation. For the betterment of your people, of course.
Think of us as like a cleaning crew. So, is there anything to clean up?
Well, the whole situation with the river got taken care of and dealt with. Any that did fall a bit sick were healed on up by the last group of wardens that came by.
So, did it initially start in the river? Like, was it a particular, like, did you find the cause of it? I mean, I know it's going to be like a rift, but like,
It's actually, well, it happened further downriver was where it started off. That's where that rift that you'd mentioned was. But after some wardens came up to purify the waters, heal our sick, in the aftermath of that rift closing, we dammed up the river and haven't had many issues since. I understand you say it's a simple investigation, so I'll give you simple answers. Don't think that I'm not still wary. But if
we
you're
had
here to
any,
help,
if we had any ulterior motives, then we would have done something. But we really are here to investigate. Um, in terms of sickness, when it first occurred, was it the usual sickness, coughing, weakness? What exactly was experienced? I'm just comparing, really.
weakness, exhaustion, fever. Didn't get too
You-
bad before the wardens came in. Once word of it got to them, it seemed like they moved with haste. And you mentioned Silver Lake. I guess that explains why they were so hasty. Come to our aid wasn't nothing to do with small village getting sick. It was to avoid another one of those. Which, don't get
Well,
me
it could have.
wrong, grateful either way. Well, priorities, right?
It's definitely necessary to avoid what happened. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it doesn't matter. You mentioned you blocked the river, or I'm sorry, did I?
Yes, I don't know what kind of strange strangeness got into it that it seemed to be able to move itself back up river and get to us, but ever since we dammed up the river, stopped the stopped it from being able to flow back up, we've been fine.
Wouldn't that mean the source still has a problem, though?
No, like I said, it came from further downriver when the rift was closed. Whatever it was that was causing the sicknesses seemed to be coming, strangely enough, from downriver, flowing upstream. We dammed up the river. Wardens did whatever purification magics or rituals that they did, and haven't had issues since.
What about tremors?
Tremors.
Well, not just tremors. Any
Occasionally, there's
sightings?
some
Really? When was the last time?
I'd say a few days ago. It's strange. No real sign or reason why. Tend to happen at night. Tend to come from the forest as well. Feels like there's really small shifts in the earth. This seemed like thunder or weak uh, earthquake, which is strange. We don't really get many of those around, if at all.
That appears to self same creature that we noticed on the way here, more than likely. Few days ago in the forest, but you haven't heard of anything else.
There was some strangeness from one of the young men that tends to hunt those forests. Mentioned something about the old village. It seemed like something had torn through it. Something big. Like a storm localized in the area. But that whole place has been torn up for years now. Ever since the flood, so not sure how much of what he says carries weight.
There was a storm when we saw the creature. A
Well, that
very
might have been it then.
bad storm. So if the storm is related to the creature, this is not probably a natural being.
Hmm. Just it seemed as if a storm had gone through it. Not sure if later that would be something. Kind of thing could that be?
I'm thinking about the out of character, sorry.
Mhm.
The does this have like I guess anything to do with or was that river that because we also saw a river or something that was like a ditch made into a river at some point on the way up?
You saw like a ditch that seemed like a dry riverbed that seemed to take and fill with water easily. So this would be presumably the downstream of where the dam is. So that's why it was more or less dried up.
So likely whatever is doing this, well, in reference to the sickness, has something to do with something downstream. But at the same time, you mentioned there's no sickness that you know of other than just the standard aches and pains.
Well, it didn't seem like much. There was a little bit of a, like I said, a fever going round, but that was about the time in the aftermath of that rift being closed. The wardens came by and well, they seemed to think it was something more serious than we had thought and tended to our ill and made sure they were fine before moving on.
Well,
So
we
no,
have
there's not been any sicknesses around here in, as far as I know, quite some time. Nothing particularly nasty, anyway.
That is excellent to hear, as we were not sent to treat an illness, but instead to clean up some sort of creature, or find a creature if there, or however many there are, because there were reports, like we've mentioned, of something leaving large footprints. And you've mentioned a storm, and we experienced a storm when we saw this large creature, so that's mainly what we're here looking for. I believe. So, any information that you could give us is all that we really require of you.
Well, the man mentioned he saw it in the forest. Was it a day or two ago?
Well, that's the last time that that I personally heard word or felt these myself. But yeah,
I say
I said one of
we
our
should
young
look-
hunters.
We should, yes. The young hunter. Do you know where we might be able to find him?
Well, this time of day, he's probably out by the tanners, tending to the hides that he's treating.
So, of course, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, well then, ladies. I believe we got what we needed from here. Civilly. My good men, thank you. I appreciate it. We will trouble you no longer.
You're not. Are you guys leaving?
I am.
So, didn't want that tea that bad, huh?
Nope, I've got better things to do.
You guys go out, and not too far away, you make your way past a couple other buildings, and you ask someone to point you in the direction of Tanner's, and you get the directions heading out that way. A small shack on the outskirts of the village. There's a young man dressed in simple cloth and hides who's currently stretching and pinning up a skinned fur and beginning to treat it and tend to it, trying to get all the moisture out.
Hey there, sir. Sorry to
Okay.
bother
Whoa.
you.
Oh, you got sneaked up on me. I don't believe we've met. He turns around to face the three of you.
Suggestion, you can call me. He'll outstretch his hand. Pleasure to
He
meet you.
takes it tentatively and suggestion. Good to meet you. You notice that he is still he's a little bit cautious, taken aback, and intentionally does not give you his name.
Persephone.
That's quite alright.
And I curtsy a little. You know, trying to help ease tensions.
Arms crossed. Fred.
He gives the two of you a nod and a small smile. So, how can I help you, strangers?
A few days ago, you noticed something in the forest nearby.
I did.
We were told.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I did.
We believe this to be some sort of creature that we are here to stop.
Not well. If you're trying to go after whatever it is that did that, I might caution against it, but at the same time, well, good on you if you can. Thing must have been as big as a house, if not larger, to do the kind of damage that it did. He points out towards the forest. I don't know what came over me, but I decided to trip out the old village. I mean, hunting's not usually so great out there, and if it is, I got a body back a good 4 or 5 hours, but um, I've been having sort of a slow week, so decided to test my luck. I don't make the trip out there too often, but every time I've done up until last, it's been more or less the same. I mean, the old village was never in a state since flood, but there was nothing near how torn up it was when I got there.
This was when? A few months ago?
No, the flood happened before I was born. See, the river
God.
used to snake its way through that forest, back out of it, and one day it flooded over something bad and ended up doing enough damage that those that lived there had to move away, and well, that's why this here is New Winding Creek Village.
Oh, that makes sense. Could you mark that place on this map over here? And I bring out the map.
Certainly, easy enough. He does, and marks it down pretty much instantly. Seems to have a good familiarity with it. You'll find it about there, I'd say. If anything, you can just follow the riverbed. It'll take you right by it. Easy enough to do if you get lost. I use it to navigate while I'm out in the forest plenty of times. It's a good landmark to have. Like I said, I'm not sure what that is, what it is you're searching for, what it is that did that, but it certainly wasn't anything normal, nothing natural to this area anyway. So the forest, as far as I'm familiar with it, and I've been familiar with that forest since I was a little boy. Whatever this was is, well, not something I'd like to come face to face with.
You should not need to. That's what we're here for, after all. Isn't that right?
Well.
That's quite all right. Sisters are a bit sheepish now. No worries.
Why
Is
would you
there
want me to stay?
anything? Don't worry. It's okay. My good man, is there anything else that you can tell me about your little town? You all seem so reserved, on edge.
You see him about to speak, but as you point this out, he seems a bit hesitant. Could you make a persuasion check?
With pleasure. God, I haven't rolled in like
Like 5
months.
years.
It's been 40 years.
Natural one. And that's
Right?
one.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, the first roll of suggestion.
God. So many numbers.
Heck yeah.
Do you even have the right numbers plugged into this?
No.
Crazy.
Let's see.
I was like, what the heck is everything else? 21.
Alright, not bad. I say, well, ever since all this has started going, our village has been pretty isolated and self-sufficient for a while now, even before all of this. No one really bothered coming by, but since so many people have been displaced and driven to desperation, we've had a fair share of people with less than good intentions come by. At least we did at the beginning of all this, till it's figured out wasn't much to wasn't much here to take. Some games, some fish, some watered down ale. So, ain't no real reason why strangers come by. It's not exactly typical tourist attraction. So when we see strangers,
I mean, makes sense. We're strangers, but we're here to kill something. I mean, you know what I mean.
I think I do. Whatever it is that you got there, whatever it is that you hunt, I'd be at least interested in figuring out what it was. As a hunter myself, and something of a amateur leather worker, you did pique my curiosity. Stuff I make from something that clearly powerful. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, first, let's take it down. And then, once that's done, we can open the conversation again.
Nods, and as you guys begin to head off, hey, wait a second. Wait a second. I have noticed that that thing. It's one of the two strange things that have been going on around. The other one being sometimes the ground will shake without anything seemingly causing it to. You anything about that? Could they be
We
related?
felt tremors
Out when
out on the caravan. And then, not long after, those creatures appeared. Perhaps they are related to one another?
Well, if that's the case, then only time I can recall ever feeling those tremors is when the rain picks up.
I thought that doesn't happen often here.
Rain? What led you to
Well, I
believe
mean,
that?
yes, right. Okay, well, I'm thinking it's a very specific rain, thunderous rain. That's what the guy at the bar at the tavern said. I'm sorry.
The bar at the tavern. The bar at the tavern. No, it's just mostly. I remember it because when I'm out there and I get caught in that, or when I try to trudge through the muck, that's when I remember feeling it. So I guess those two things are linked in my head. When it's dry and the ground is sturdy, I'm feeling it. When I have to trudge through mud to get to and from my hunting ground, that's the only times I recall ever feeling any trembling in the earth.
So it uses the storm to soften the ground so that it can travel along the subterranean underneath.
My thoughts exactly.
See? Great minds.
Think alike.
Indeed.
So, how's the weather?
Ah, I have a thing for that. Wait, I have a thing for that elsewhere. I left it with Ezekiel.
Well,
I don't suppose staring at the sky will give us anything.
you
I mean, I can try to like.
want to do a rain dance?
No, I
Oh,
really
Hey, yeah, oh, yeah.
Listen,
have a thing for this exact situation.
I
You have
Should I
just
something for this
stand
exact
it's
situation?
do it here? If you
yes,
get
yes, yes.
well, maybe
what
I can
mean.
smell the storm. Well, I don't know about the direction. I'm sorry. Don't mind me.
All right. So, having
We're
gotten
done here.
everything, yep. Bidding farewell to the young hunter, you head back, and soon enough, you meet back up with Ezekiel and Bishop. Ezekiel, how are you gathering this sample?
So, I imagine that we want to get from all over this river,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
samples from everywhere. And what better way to do it than for myself and Bishop to be just walking in the middle of it. So I've casted Water Walk on the two of us.
Okay.
And we are just going. If we spot anything, we crouch down, grab a thing of it, or just check it out. A
All right.
vial if need be.
Some fishermen on the bank see you walking by in the middle of the rub their eyes, squint, rub them again, shake their head, look down at a flask in their hand, and put it away.
If I notice that, I'm gonna look at them and then wave high.
Nope,
But
nope, nope, no way.
um, and do you have anything specific, Bishop?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Okay. Touche.
Maybe
No.
Sarah was right. Maybe I do drink too much.
I, I ain't been finding. I haven't been able to find anything, but everything looks pretty normal. You still have those vials, right, Zeke?
Of course I do.
You fill vials with water and end up meeting back with the sisters and Shagestion.
All right.
You guys want to share what you found? You had something. You said that Ezekiel had something that you useful, Persephone.
Oh, I lied. I just needed
Oh,
to
okay.
use Druidcraft, and I can't hide my ooze self while I use stuff related
Oh,
to
okay.
it.
Got it.
I was about to
Oh,
say,
I
I don't think
lied.
I have anything.
So you guys,
Well, you had me fooled.
Oh, he's got my conscience, you know. Keeps it in his pocket.
Alright. Did we notice anything on the river particularly strange?
nothing strange. No.
For the most part, it just seems like we have flasks of river water now.
Yep. Seems like it.
Yeah.
So
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 we either chase the storm and or bring the storm to us, preferably not here somehow.
I am the storm.
I mean,
how, do, how do you
true.
bring the storm to? I would like to know.
Oh, excuse me. It's been caught on video. I can make a rain dance in a different game.
Ah, yes. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. I can sniff the air. I
Mhm.
know very cool qualities to possess. Really.
Yep. Just start lobbing fireballs into the sky to change the
That's a thought.
air pressure.
Let me
But
give it a
anyways,
whirl.
what were you doing, Persephone? Yeah, no need to worry. We're just your perfectly average travelers just coming by with an investigation. My friends here will walk on water and then start lobbing balls of flame into the heavens. Nothing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, so are we trying to find it? Is that
We're trying to kill it, but we need to find it to kill it.
right?
What a realization.
Well,
All the Bright Bunch.
I I
I know.
could
So what did you guys find out while we were getting this water? That seems very much like regular river water.
Well, maybe the area around the river is more less solid, so maybe it travels near the river. Is the only thing. And then I mean, honestly, they spoke more than I did. I was just kind of there.
So, if you guys want, you can hasten this, and you guys can share the information that you figured out from the village with Bishop and Ezekiel. And Persephone, you mentioned wanting to do something.
I wanted to cast Druidcraft because I could create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
You sound slightly depressed, so I'm assuming this comes from your.
Yes, it does. And that's why I had to find Ezekiel. I mean, I didn't need Ezekiel. I just needed to not be in front of other people.
So
Because
with
it's alarming, I guess.
her hand outstretched, you can see it begin to slowly lose its and turn into and from her open outstretched palm, defying gravity, bits of her now oozy flesh begins to rise up from her palm and take the form of what seems to be little clouds. And from your spell, Persephone, you sense rain coming. Rain as soon as this very night into the next morning. Looking up overhead, you can see the cloud coverage, the overcast of gray clouds that had caused the you had walked through a couple days ago have not completely parted. They still seem sufficiently dark, if not a little bit darker than the day before, and apparently ready to let out their contents once more.
Hmm.
It's
No. Any luck?
going to rain. You see. I mean, can you see? I can see. Tonight, maybe.
Oh.
Glorious rain. I'm so excited.
So if she gets rained on, do you think it'll like wash her downstream? Or like into the ground? How does this
She's not a
little
sponge. No. Could also just, solidify.
that yeah? I just it's a bit strange seeing her as an amorphous blob, but And I wonder how the practical. Anyways, besides that, if we need. All right, tonight. So it seems like we need to get ready.
You think?
Um. Well, what do we do? You guys were planning on doing some.
We're gonna dance.
We're gonna dance. Okay. Sure.
No, I'm not
I-
joking. We're gonna dance.
Why
We're
are
gonna
we
rain dance.
dancing?
We're gonna make it rain. Not here, but we're gonna make it rain.
Sure.
You don't believe me?
I do. I do if you want me to.
Well,
I believe it's gonna rain while you dance, because Persephone said it's gonna rain.
shh, rain dance.
All right.
You guys have a destination, time, and some time to prepare. And so that's where we'll pick up next time.
Alrighty.
This is the 5 of you, ready to head to the old flooded village, Winding Creek. And that's it. Bye.
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 Good night.